And Chief Guest of the Day, Sikasa Chairman of SARs of ICA, C.A. Nareshchandra Geddi, Sir. And today's Guest of Honor and Resource Person, Srimati Revati Raghunathan Ma'am, and other resource persons, C.A. Ravindran and C.A. K. Vijay Srinivas, and my dear students, very good evening to one and all. And my hearty welcome to you all for the virtual seminar on Bank Branch Audit conducted by Sikasa of Vijayawada branch of ICA. Our today's program will be of 3 sessions. First session will be covered by Revati ma'am regarding audit of advances and areas of red flags where we should be more conscious. And second one is technical aspect, which will be dealt by CA Kottapalli's Vijay Srinivas sir from Hyderabad. And third session, LFR reporting and NPA norms and Iraq norms will be dealt by CA Ravindran from Salem. Yes, students, really we got a great opportunity to listen from resource persons who have vast experience in conducting bank audits. And I thank all the speakers for accepting their invitation in spite of their busy schedule. And also my special thanks to Revati ma'am for supporting me in choosing the speakers. Thank you. And now let's start the program with our Institute motto song. You need not stand up. Please put your hands on your heart. Thank you.
Okay.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्द्वैता
Now I request Chairman of Vijayawada branch, C.A.K. Purnachandra Rao sir, to give his opening remarks.
Thank you, ma'am. Chief guest of today's bank audit seminar, C.A. Nareshchandra Geddi sir, Chairman Sikasa of SARC. I think so he got stuck at some airport. He will be joining us soon. Guest of honor, Srimati Revati Raghunathan, Treasurer SARC, Vice Chairman and Chairperson of Vijayawada branch of Sikasa, C.A. Shrita Shirin, Secretary Narendra, my colleagues at Management Committee, and my dear students. Good evening to one and all. At the outset, I welcome you all for today's virtual CP seminar and bank branch audit organized by the Vijayawada branch of Sikasa for the benefit of students. I should appreciate Shirin ma'am for roping in the best of the best speakers. I should say experienced and expert speakers on the topics, relevant topics. So they'll be dealing with you all. I can say only one thing: banking sector is day-to-day banking sector is being exposed to various risks, be it NPS or be it COVID pandemic situations, post-COVID pandemic situations. So, as an statutory auditor, auditors of branch, we professionals are responsible for ringing the alarm bells early, so that it also helps the economy at length to progress ahead. So we should alert the branch managers or branches so that they will run smoothly. In turn, the nation runs smoothly. Even though we sign the balance sheets, we members sign the balance sheets, the main pillars of the bank branch audits are the students who will, I mean, we take time in talking to branch manager or some official or some key important person, so that maximum of time will be going and we'll be looking at only 1 or 2 important files or big files. But remaining key aspects, almost all the matters will be touched upon by the students only, who will be accompanying with us. So it's you people, students, who has to learn and look into the vital key aspects of the bank audit, so that we can conduct this bank audit in a smooth and efficient manner. So best speakers are here to touch upon the topics. They will deliberate upon almost all the topics. There are lots of changes, as Ravati Ma'am has said earlier. So I request all the students to listen keenly and jot down the vital aspects, so that we can conclude the bank audit in a smooth and efficient manner. I wish you all a happy bank audit. Over to you, Secretary Ma'am. I mean, over to you, Ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for such nice words. And I request Secretary of Vijayawada Branch, C.A.V. Narendra Babu, sir, to address our students.
Thank you, ma'am. And good evening to each and everyone who are participating in the future chartered accountants of our branch. And actually, on 15th and 17th, our branch was conducted for the members, say bank branch audit seminar. Actually, today is conducting the real bank branch audit seminar, because the real auditors behind the main auditors, real auditors are yours. You are well trained, only the audit will be fulfilled, and real things will be able to finding. And audit definitely only your hands. It will be fruitful. Completion will be done. Only that my opinion. And actually, today's speakers are well versed in knowledge in the all over India best speakers. Only because of virtual mode only we can able to catch them. It is also a good opportunity to our branch. And Ravati ma'am is a well-wisher of our branch also. And Ravindran sir, best YouTuber in bank audit. Every day one session will be uploaded in the YouTube. Actually, I am regularly following Ravindran sir also. For that, actually, once our SICASA chairman ma'am shared that Ravindran sir is going to be taking the session, I'm at most happy. Actually, he is. I will share this total session is also to members also today. This all the students are my request. Best speakers we are having. Please take a good input and do the audit and do in the success manner. Thank you. Thank you for giving the opportunity, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for such kind words. And I request Sasank, Vice Chairman of SICASA, to introduce today's guest of honor and Treasurer of SARCF ICA, Srimati Revati Raghunathan, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. I hope I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. It's my pleasure to introduce you all, the Regional Council Member and Program Director of today's session, C.A. Revati S. Raghunathan, madam. C.A. Revati S. Raghunathan was elected as a member of SIRC of ICAI and is currently acting as a Treasurer of SIRC of ICAI. Her educational qualifications includes BSc in Chemistry from Etraj College, Chennai, and Chartered Accountancy course. She is a partner at A. Raghunathan and Co. Chartered Accountants. She held a lot of faculty positions. Some of them includes faculty for direct and indirect taxes with the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, member of Women Empowerment Committee of the Society of Auditors 2016-17, jury member of the Abirami Small Budget Film Awards 2012 and 2013, treasurer of the Inner Wheel Club of Madras Central for the year 2015-16 and 16-17, vice chairman of Inner Wheel Club of Madras Central. Her core compliances areas includes internal audits and management audits across all sectors, manufacturing and service industries with special focus on telecom, faculty for insolvency and bankruptcy for ICAI and ICSI. Apart from all this, there are a lot of significant achievements in her professional life, which are: she has been awarded as a top auditor by a leading corporate from a panel of internal auditors pan-India 2 years consequently. She have developed an auditing software for the TROI documentation compliances for the telecom sector. She took up fraud identification and investigation and cost savings to the extent of 10 crores for 2 corporates, addressing career guidance seminars conducted by the Rotary clubs. Ma'am, with this introduction, I request you to address all the members and students about this course. Thank you, and over to you, madam.
Actually, students, today's chief guest, Naresh Chandra Gelli, sir, Chairman Sikasa of SARCF ICA could not able to join because he was struck up in airport and he is unable to address our students today. So definitely we will listen to his message in other occasion. Kindly bear with us. Now I request Revati ma'am to please present upon the today's topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Sikasa. Shireen, she's a very good friend. You know, this COVID pandemic has brought all of us much, much closer than what would have happened if we had had physical meetings. I've been interacting with Vijayawada branch so frequently that if I don't see them once a month online, I feel like I'm missing my friends. Vijayawada branch is extremely close to me. They are I think I have a special relationship with Vijayawada branch and all the members, Narendra sir and the secretary and the chairman, the vice chairman, Sharita, everyone. So thank you very much for inviting me for this session today. Actually, I find that the branch is very, very dynamic and enterprising, and they give such lovely courses, you know, some lovely topics, and they ensure that the learnings reach everyone. And organizing a bank audit program for the students is of utmost importance, because the audit is generally done by the students, and unless and until the students understand what is it that they are doing, you know, you're not going simply and checking the figures, ticking the figures. It is not that. You are the people who are doing the basic verification. See, your principal is going to sign the balance sheet, but ultimately the check is done by you. The principal, I will go and sit in the bank for a couple of days and I will verify, but I will depend on my students to check all the nitty-gritties in an account. Okay, whether the date, see, when you take a DP note in a bank, the document, you will check, you need to check the date to understand that there is a limitation on that account. I may not check it for all the accounts, okay? I may check for a few accounts, but I expect you to check. And I expect you to understand if this is more than 3 years old, a revival letter should have been obtained. Whether that revival letter has been obtained, that you should understand. You should understand what is a revival letter, what is the limitation. See, banking is not one single, signing the balance sheet, and it is not only some date we are putting and signing the balance sheet. It is not like that. A bank audit involves understanding of various acts: the Banking Regulation Act, the Companies Act, the Limitation Act, the Contract Act. Once you join CA, in your course itself, you will see, you'll go through many of these subjects. You'll know Companies Act, you'll know the Contract Act, you will know what is the Banking Regulation Act, you will deal bank accounts in your accounting paper, you will deal it in the auditing paper, you will deal it in various points. And here, when you are actually coming in to do this audit, you are going to utilize your holistic knowledge in all the acts. It is not like, you cannot go there and blindly take one voucher and take one file and tick and see whether this balance is coming. You're not doing a tick of balances here. What you are checking is something totally different. You have to understand what are the flags, what is the requirement of the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders in this? Not only the bank management, it is the government, it is the public in general, because you come across so many situations where you read so many articles in the newspaper about so many banks which have failed, so many frauds which are happening in banks. And what happens when any fraud investigation happens? The first thing they will ask is, where is the auditor's report? Anything, not only bank, even if you go to a corporate or you go to an NBFC, wherever there is a fraud which has been found out, the first thing that people question is, what did the auditor do? Is it mentioned in the auditor's report? So just see what enormous responsibilities we have as auditors. And the auditor is not only the person who's signing the balance sheet. Of course, the accountability lies with the person who signs the balance sheet, but also the entire team. If you take a company audit, you will say the key management personnel or KMPs are responsible. Similarly, when I do an audit, my entire team is responsible. I depend on my team to provide me with the information. I will guide you, I will do everything. But there is a element of trust which is there. I trust that you have done all this. That is why we insist on all the working papers, the audit planning, the audit documentation, and the insistence on following up with the various standards on auditing which is issued by the institute, various circulars which are issued by RBI, various other guidance notes which are issued. All these things we have to have a knowledge of. Even not necessary you have a thorough knowledge, because you can always refer, but you should know this act is applicable here. When I sign a DP note, what is the date which is there on that DP note? What is the act which is going to apply there? All these things we should be aware of when we are doing an audit. So I will just, with this brief introduction, I'll just go to the PowerPoint which I have. Okay. Yeah, so we are going to come. What I was asked to do was audit of fund and non-fund based advances. I will be covering just a few slides on what is a fund-based and what is a non-fund based advances. But I am taking this audit totally from the angle of frauds, because this has become one of the major areas. If you see, I will share with you the RBI annual report data also. This is one of the major areas in which most of the banks are floundering. And even yesterday, there was a news item which said that our finance minister Nirmala Sitaram has spoken with the RBI governor to introduce a more robust framework for detecting frauds, preventing frauds. Okay, see, a fraud will, if it has to occur, will occur. The major thing is you put in processes to prevent the fraud, or you put in processes to detect the fraud. Once you detect the fraud, then the other processes will take care of the fraud, like making the people who committed the fraud accountable, making the people who did not detect the fraud accountable under the various acts, whether it's going to be under the CPC or under the Banking Regulation Act, or if it is an auditor under the disciplinary mechanism of ICAI, if it is a corporate borrower under MCA. We have so many acts. So the major thing which the government wants to ensure right now is that the frauds in banks are reduced. There is a mitigation in the frauds, the mitigation of the frauds, and there is a prevention process for preventing, and if it is not prevented, detecting the fraud and allowing the process to carry it forward. Okay, so we all know what is the major function of a bank. The major function of any bank is, all of us know, not only keeping safe custody of our funds, because we use the SB account for our funds, current accounts and all that. Mainly it is to grant advances, because the economy will, the economy of any country will grow only based on the advances which are given by the banks, which enable the businesses to grow. And how is that, where does the bank get the money from? By accepting deposits from the public. So if you see, it is actually a circle, a vicious circle. Somebody deposits money, loan is given, they earn money, and they will again put deposits. The bank will get money through deposits as well as through the interest which it is getting from the people who have borrowed money, and to a certain extent to pay that money, to pay interest to the people who are giving the deposits also, banks are earning the money. So this is, I'm giving you a very brief thing, because there are other speakers who are going to cover it more elaborately, the IRAC norms and the process for technical audit. What I'm covering is mainly how do you do a fraud check, a reality check on the loans and advances which are given by a bank. What is RBI's expectations from the auditors, from the other stakeholders within the system? So the major functions of a bank are granting loans and advances and giving deposits. Now, when you come to advances, what is the meaning of an advance? Advance is you're giving a loan. So what are the types of loans which a bank will give? It will give the fund-based advances. What is the meaning of a fund-based advance? Actual money moves from the bank to the borrower. Like you have an overdraft account, or you have a working capital limit where you are going to go and give your stocks, your inventory as collateral. What is the meaning of collateral? Collateral means security. See, when you are going to go and borrow money from anyone, you're not going to get more. The bank is not going to give you money just looking at your face. You don't have a face. They need security. It will not be done on face value. They need the security. Security is something which they can encash. Tomorrow, if I do not repay the money which I have borrowed, the bank should have a security to sell and take back the money which they are, and the property should be mine. Sell my property and take back the money which has been advanced to me. Non-based advances are funds, are advances in which there is no direct transfer of funds, but the bank will undertake to repay whatever money is borrowed by you in case you do not pay the repay the funds. So it is a non-fund based advance. So what are the examples of fund-based advances? Anyone who is going to a bank audit, who has gone for a bank audit, they will know what are the different types of loans. One is the term loans. What is the meaning of term loans? It is to create the assets. You buy term loan is for a specific term the loan is given. Like suppose I want to buy some plant and machinery for a factory. I will take a term loan for 10 years. For 10 years, they will say that I'm giving a loan for 1 crore. Over a period of 10 years, you can repay that loan. So term loans will come like your machinery loan, your housing loan, your furniture and fittings. All these come under term loans. Then you have your cash credit account. What is the meaning of a cash credit account? The bank will give you money against the inventory. These are all working capital loans. Term loans is to create your assets. Cash credit is your working capital loan, where you will go to the bank and you will say, I have 5 crores worth of inventory in my organization always. My factory, I am processing, let us say, leather goods worth 5 crores. And every month, there will always be a turnover of at least 5 crores in the inventory. Based on that, please give me a loan. So what I do, I hypothecate. I give the security of the inventory for the working capital. And against that, they will say, suppose the bank will say, I will give you at 10% margin, or I will give you, depending on our negotiations, they will give the loan. And based on that, every month you have to submit a stock statement. So every month you submit a stock statement, and based on that stock statement, the bank will give you a drawing power. So they will say up to 5 lakhs I will give. Suppose you're giving only 3 crores worth of inventory this month, your DP, that is your drawing power, will be reduced accordingly. But if you give 6 crores of working inventory, they will not give you a CC limit of more than 5 crores, because 5 crores is the limit which you have been sanctioned by the bank. Please understand, every single term which I am talking is going to have a meaning. When I say sanction limit, it is only the maximum limit up to which the branch can give you money. Just because you are going to go this month and give a 10 crore working inventory statement or stock statement, the bank cannot say, okay, this man, I know him very well. He's given me a 10 crore stock statement, so let me give him 8 crores of cash credit. That it does not operate that way. Whatever is the limit which is sanctioned, only that limit will be given. Up to that only this person can draw. So as an auditor, our antenna, see, auditors have one special characteristic, which as students, the day you join the course, you will also start developing. For me and for all your managing committee members, the special characteristics will be a little extra, sharp, because we have over the years sharpened our skills. But you as students have only now entered. Your antenna will just keep popping up. Suppose a person is giving you an 8 crore stock statement after having given a 3 crore stock statement 2 months back, your antenna should go up. You should think, Why is this person giving a stock statement with more than 5 crores difference? These are all the things about which I'm going to talk to you in the subsequent slides. Your antenna, how do you develop it? How do you think? See, always, I always tell all my students, as an auditor, you should be able to find out the internal control weakness within any organization. So how will you find out the internal control weakness? You will do substantive tests and detailed analytical tests. Now, even when you're doing that, how do you do it? How do you know where to go and search? Where is the control lapse? So I always tell them, you should learn how to think like a crook. Only then will you be able to think what are all the weaknesses within the system which I can exploit. Now, I know that there is a weakness. I know that in this bank, in this branch, they are not entering the stock statement properly. Okay, as a borrower, I have taken money from this bank. I know that they are not checking the stock statement which I give. So I can give anything I want. What the loan officer is checking is only whether the total figure is correct. That is a major internal control lapse. So now you will think, now suppose I want more money this month. What will I do? I will inflate my stock statement and give. What will I do? When I inflate the stock statement and give, automatically what is the loan officer going to think? Yes, there is a lot of stock there which I can sell and take money, take my money back, and he will increase the DP for you. So I always say, when you are going as a auditor, whether you are cleared the course or not, the moment you join the course, you are an auditor, because your principal is saying you to do the audit. You have to do the audit properly. Think as to how will you overcome a system. Where are the control weaknesses? So that is why, when we go to a bank, we do a run through. Not only bank, when you go to a company audit, whether you're going for a partnership firm, a trading concern, a factory, wherever you go, normally the first time what we do, we will sit and do a run through of all the processes with the management. We will go to the accountant and sit and learn the accounting processes which are done. Only if you are thorough with all this. So when you are going for a bank audit, go and sit in the branch, sit and talk with the loan officers, sit and talk with the cash officer, sit and talk with the person, whoever is maintaining all the records. Understand if there is an ATM attached to the bank, tell them, sir, when you are loading the ATM, I want to come and see how you are loading. Go through all the records. If they are giving a jewelry loan, go and see how the jewelry is appraised. If they are having, if it is a cash, it is a cash branch. If they are going to have so many crores of cash, just check how the cash is coming in, how the cash is going out, what are the cash limits. These are all the things which you will do the first day when you go. Only then you will go in depth into the audit. Then what is an overdraft? They give you a limit up to which you can draw. What is a demand loan? You can go there. A demand loan is something against a security. You give a security and you can take the loan on that. You can take a loan against a deposit. Then you have your bills discounted and purchased. You have so many bills. The company will have so many bills which they have raised, for which the payment has not come. They will go and give those bills to the bank and they will get some money on against those bills, for which once the payment comes in through that account, it will get adjusted. This is the simple meaning of bills discounted and purchased. Then they have staff loans. They will have various other loans also. These are a few examples which I have given you. What are the non-fund based loans? These are letters of credit and bank guarantee loans. Bank guarantee letters of credit is where between the seller and buyer, there will be an order and an LC will be opened against the order. Once the product is supplied to the buyer, then the LC transaction will get completed. You have a bank guarantee. This is non-fund based, where the bank guarantees the payment of an amount by the borrower in case the borrower does not pay. It will be a performance guarantee or it will be a money guarantee also. Suppose performance guarantee is they don't perform something, then the bank has to make good the payment. So now I will come to the crux of my presentation, where I'm going to talk to you about what are all the processes, what are all the signals which RBI wants the stakeholders in the bank audit within the branches to take note of, to avoid incipient fraud or incipient loss of money. Why is an audit undertaken for a bank? An audit is to ensure that the financial statements which are being signed are free from material misstatements. See, as students of chartered accountancy course, not enough if you go through only whatever is the material, please go through the other materials which are given by the somebody has raised their hands. I suggest that after I finish, we can just go through. The time now is 4:30. I'll try and complete as fast as possible by 4:50, 4:55. I'll take questions for 5 minutes after that, because it will be very difficult for me to take the questions now. Okay. So RBI has given, I was talking to you about the financial statements. Financial statements are signed. Statements, why do you do an audit? To ensure that the financial statements are free from material misstatements. Okay, and RBI has given normally when you go for an audit, normally your principal will tell you, go through all the circulars. So there will be a lot of closing circulars which are issued by RBI. There will be master circulars issued by RBI. Anyone who goes for bank audit will have to read the master circulars which are issued by RBI. There will be many master circulars. Master circulars are those circulars based on which the entire transactions are undertaken. Now, today I will be talking to you about the master circular on frauds which has been issued by RBI, which is going to have a huge impact on our work. Please don't think that when you are going to the bank audit, you're just doing a tick or a check of everything. You have to ensure that you are doing all your checks based on these master circulars which are issued by RBI. If you take the LFAR is the report which we are going to fill and sign. That LFAR, every single point in the LFAR, it is going to be covered in the subsequent sessions. Every single point in the LFAR you have to audit. You have to audit it as per the master circulars which are given. You have to ensure that whatever is the financial statement which is going to be signed by your principal is free from material misstatement, either due to error or due to fraud. So there can be no errors and there can be no frauds. The moment your principal is going to put his signature on the financial statement and there is a fraud, he becomes accountable. Okay, so now I told you I will share some statistics. I've just taken a very small table from the RBI's annual report where they are talking about frauds. See the increase in frauds. From 2018-19, in the year 2018-19, there were 6,799 instances of frauds in bank audits with a value of 71,543 crores. And 1920, see the number increase, 8,707 instances, and the value of the frauds is 1,85,644 crores. Just look at the value. This fraud, now you would have all heard of Vijay Mallya's case, Nirav Modi's case. In all these cases, where did they say? They said there's a failure in the audit process. What did the concurrent auditors do? What did the statutory auditors do? There were many statutory auditors who were pulled up both by RBI and by ICAI, and who have had their licenses cancelled or suspended, all because of all these frauds. So it is our duty to ensure that when we are signing the balance sheet, the statement is free from material misstatement or fraud, and it's not only the material which is shared with you, or the whatever is the your sessions, training sessions which your principals give. Please go through all the auditing standards which are issued by the institute. Spend one day, read the auditing standard, read the guidance note which is issued by ICAI. The draft guidance note has been issued and the final one will be issued in another 1 or 2 days. It is a document of more than 950 pages. If you're doing a branch audit, go to the branch audit pages and central statutory audit, central statute. gives you detailed explanations how to do an audit. And the moment you follow those principles which are enunciated in the guidance notes, you cannot go wrong. See, we cannot find out 100% of frauds anywhere. You may be able to find out around 90 to 95%, but that 90 to 95% of the frauds we should have found out during the process of our audits. So what is the RBI is given a framework. RBI says, as far as frauds are concerned, these are my expectations. One is the prevention. Next is early detection. If I'm not able to prevent the fraud, then I should be able to detect it early. And third one is prompt reporting. There is no point in us going and saying, oh yes, I found the fraud after 6 months. No. The moment you find a fraud, you have to report it immediately to the branch and to RBI. And there is a hierarchy of lists. And they say if it is more than 5,000 rupees, you have to inform such and such person. 10,000 rupees, such and such person. More than 1 lakh, go to the nearest police station. This hierarchy is given in the fraud master circular, which was issued in July 15. Read the fraud master circular, which was issued in July 15. It was updated in July 2017. Read it thoroughly, and before you go for your audit, all of you will by now know whether your firm has got the audit or not. Kindly go through one day, one material you go through. That is a huge amount of material which is available. So what is the expectation? I told you this is the expectation by RBI. But what is happening? The expectation is not met. There is a delay. Why? There is a weaker implementation of the EWS. What is EWS? That is the early warning signals. This early warning signals is what is talked about in that circular. Non-detection of the early warning signals during the internal audits. Then there are inconclusive audit report. Auditors will not give a conclusive audit report. You know what? Sometimes we have this habit of disclaiming. We will say this figure is correct, subject to this. We'll give 100 disclaimers. They don't want inconclusive audit reports. If I say that there is a fraud of 3 crores in this branch, I have to substantiate it and conclude and say, yes, there was a fraud. It was perpetrated by such and such people, by the borrower, along with the, in collusion with the officer, or by the borrower himself, which was not detected. You have to give a conclusive audit report. And the delay is also due to non-cooperation of borrowers during the forensic audit. So now if you see on the right side, that is my right side, delay and detection, if you see, 2 places, three boxes, you have audits. You have the internal audits, you have the audit reports, and you have the forensic audits. So see where audit plays such a major role in all these expectations. So again, expectation by RBI is prevention, early detection, and prompt reporting. And who is going to fulfill all the cases? It will be fulfilled both by the internally by the branch staff and by the internal and external auditors. Internal is again, you have your concurrent auditors whose reports we will read when we are going for a bank audit. The revenue auditors, you will have the inspection, maybe external inspection, or internally from the bank itself, internal audit. Then you have your forensic auditors, then you have your statutory auditors. You have so many auditors who come and do it. In spite of so many auditors being there, the frauds are not being detected. And these frauds, if you see, is mainly most of the frauds. If you go through the annual report, you will see that almost 85 to 90% of the frauds which are perpetrated on banks are only loan frauds, advances frauds. And most will be both fund-based, non-fund-based advances. But all these are only the frauds which are being perpetrated in the banks. Now, I spoke to you about the literature which is given by ICAI. ICAI has given a lot of auditing standards. The main ones are SA 200, 240, 315, 330. You go to 300. Then you have your SA 700, 705, 706. All these standards in auditing, please go through. SA 200 is the basic standard in auditing, which all of us should be thorough of. Whether we are students or practicing professionals, it should be the pillar. Standards are the pillar on which the auditing profession itself stands. And SA 200 is one of the base pillars. Go through SA 200 fully. It will tell you what are the expectations on the auditors when they are signing a financial statement. So SA 200, what is it? It talks about the overall objectives of an independent auditor and during the conduct of the audit in accordance with the standards. I'll go through all these quickly. Where it will talk about professional judgment. The auditor has to exercise professional judgment, skepticism, and he has to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, and he has to take into account the audit risk. So when you talk about sufficient appropriate audit evidence, you have to understand it. You cannot say, okay, there is the signature of the loan officer on this balance sheet, so it is okay. No. Sufficient or appropriate audit evidence means it's a high level of assurance. You need to be fully confident about the documents which you are going through. Next, you have 240, which talks about frauds relating to an or a financial statement, where if the auditor is going to conduct in accordance with the standards on auditing, he is responsible for obtaining reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether through fraud or through error. So you have to ensure that you're doing your audit, taking into account it should be free from error or fraud. Then identifying the risk of material misstatement, I suggest you go through. I will be sharing this presentation with the branch. Please go through all these standards fully. I've just taken the main points. I want to cover the early warning signals, so I'll go through those. So SA 315, again, you have to see what are the risks that require special audit consideration, whether there is a risk of fraud, how the risk is related. See the second point, whether the risk is related to recent significant economic accounting or other development. What is the recent one which is going to have a major impact? This pandemic. There have been so many, circulars, incentives given by the government to reduce the burden on the common man and to also kickstart the economy. We as auditors have to ensure that whatever we are signing, the borrowers have not taken advantage and perpetrated any fraud. Recent significant economic impact is going to be due to the pandemic. So just keep in mind, even though the branch is going to say, the branch will come and try to put pressure on you. The branch will tell, otherwise what they will do, they'll go to the principal and say, your person has not done the work properly. Okay, so you have to do the work properly. You have to tell your principal, sir, I need more time to verify these documents because there is a lot of deviations. There is a lot of requirement for me to check after having gone through all these literatures which have been shared. I think that there is a fraud here. This person has got his salary throughout the pandemic period, but he has borrowed money from the bank saying he has not had... he has not got the salary, or they have taken a moratorium even though the business was running fully. Maybe that it was a unit which was giving all the making masks. They have been running, but they have availed of these special pandemic incentives which have been given. Again, SA 315, please go through it. Again, SA 330 talks about what are the procedures which you do. I already spoke about the substantive procedures, your analytical procedures, the tests of controls which you do. See, these are all technical names which are given to the audit processes. When I take a correspondence file of a borrower, I'm doing a detailed analytical procedure. I'm going through everything. I'm downloading all the data. I'm downloading the ledger and doing an Excel analysis. I'm doing data mining. All these tests and procedures we have to perform. Then you have to do it in accordance with the guidance note. Where in the guidance note says you talk about SA 300, 705 and 706, because you, as an auditor, your principal is going to give an opinion on the financial statements, which will be in accordance with 700. If there is a modification on 705, 706, emphasis of matter. How is all this done? You will go sometimes somebody is going to talk to you about the IRAC norms, talk to you about the NPA provisioning. What is the MOC which you're going to give in the bank audit? All this somebody is going to talk to you about. Based on this, on the MOC, what is the level of MOC which is going to be given? This particular NPA has not been classified as a substandard asset. So if it is not going to be, if they have classified it as a standard asset, but according to you, it has to be classified as a substandard asset, automatically your opinion on the audit report is going to change. So you have to ensure that you are going through all the documents properly, going through the repayment schedules properly, doing your ledger analysis properly, and then coming across with the opinions. So again, you have your expectations from the stakeholders, detection and timely reporting. But as auditors, what is the problem which we face? No time. They will give us 3 days to complete one branch audit. Absolutely impossible to certify it. Volume of work. You're analyzing, doing the audit on one full 12-month period. What is the amount of work which is involved? Complexity of transactions. And the most important, risk. What is the risk which we are undertaking during this audit to sign the report? So if you see, it is all tilted. It's totally tilted. We are at the receiving end of this audit. And it is up to us to ensure that the quality of our audit is really great and we do not sign a balance sheet. You do not allow your principal to sign a balance sheet where there is a material misstatement. So we have to know what is a fraud. Just go through this. Different definitions of fraud by different stakeholders. ICAI has given one. The chartered fraud examiners has given something. Understand the fraud. Why does a fraud happen? This is something for general information which I have given. Because any person who's doing a fraud will always misuse a situation which is allowing. That is why we do a risk analysis. Once you do a risk analysis, you find a control weakness, there is an opportunity to do a fraud. And when a person gets an opportunity to do a fraud, he will rationalize. He will say, yes, I have some problems. I need this money. I need to do this. Or there is a financial pressure. So what is a banking fraud? Now we come to this circular which RBI has given. Misappropriation and criminal breach of trust, fraudulent encashment through forged instruments, manipulation of books of accounts through fictitious accounts and conversion of property. So whenever a borrower is going to give a balance sheet or some financial statement, it has to be ensured that they are true financial statements. There is no manipulation. They have not given you any assets which do not exist as security for that particular loan. Unauthorized credit facilities extended for reward or illegal gratification. So the borrower will go and tell the officer, sir, please give me an overdraft, give me an overdraft for 1 month of 1 crore. I will pay you 10% of that amount, reward or illegal gratification. Cash shortages. Because the moment we all go, the first thing we do is check cash. Right? What are the cash shortages? How is this cash shortage reported? Remember, even if there is a 5,000 rupees cash shortage, whoever finds this has got to report it immediately. If you take that circular, July 15th circular, please note down the July 15th March circular by RBI. Go through it in depth. They will talk about the 5,000 rupees shortage, 10,000 rupees shortage. How is it reported? Then the 1 lakh rupees shortage. Then cheating and forgery, fraudulent transactions involving foreign exchange, and any other type of fraud. These are the frauds which are defined by RBI. So RBI is now talking about the red flag. What is a red flag? Red flag is something which wants, I told you, you need to develop that antenna. When you see someone as an auditor, when I go and talk to someone itself, the way they make an eye contact with me, if they're going to look at me straight in the eye, I know they are telling you. Suppose he's going to look at the side or avoid looking at me, I know there's some problem. He's hiding something. Those are all the early warning signals, the red flags. Our antenna should immediately go up. So RBI fraud framework, I've linked it to that. You can see account operations checks. Let's see how much time I have. Shireen, can I take another 10 minutes?
Problem, ma'am.
Okay, fine. I don't want to overshoot my thing.
Okay.
So how do you do the checks? How do you do it? When a borrower is when there is an early warning signal with reference to checks, you know what? Actually, what you want to find out is what RBI expects you to find out is there is no diversion of funds. Now, suppose what has happened in the Vijay Mallya case, we all know what happened. He flew away. He took thousands of crores from the banking system and he emigrated to some other country. What RBI is expecting us as auditors to do, very simple, ensure that there is no diversion of funds. There is no loss to the economy. Thousands of crores of money has gone. Who is finally facing the brunt of that. We as common man, the stakeholders in the system, the banks, the government, all of us have lost the money. One of the first early warning signal is bouncing of high value checks. So how should you ensure that? What should you do? Whenever you go to any audit, any bank, you will ensure the KYC compliance. What is KYC compliance? Know your customer. So why do you do a KYC compliance? To know that tomorrow, if I have to go and check on that borrower, I know where he's staying, I know where his office is, I know that his ration card has this address, the voting ID has his address, the passport has his address, his PAN card has his address. You have to ensure the KYC. What is the KYC norm? Normally, three things you have to ensure. You'll have the POI, proof of identity, proof of address. These are the two things which majorly people will check. And KYC compliance, you also, I told you there are many acts which are there. KYC compliance, you'll also have to take into account. Anti-money laundering will come into place. Now, in the case of your Malia case, again, they talked about the anti-money laundering. So, KYC check is one of the basic compliances for the AML Act. Then, the branch is normally supposed to monitor the debits and credits in newly opened accounts. Now, all of you are going to be extremely computer savvy. There are going to be a lot of reports which can be downloaded. So, you download the accounts which have been opened in the last 6 months or which have been opened in the 1 year period for which you're doing the audit. Go through the transactions. What are the debits and credits? Go through the sanction letters. Whether there are any high value transactions in those accounts, whether any checks have been bouncing. And then if these checks are bounced, when any check is issued, whether the bank has a system of sending an alert. Normally nowadays you get an alert for if any check is coming into your account or going out of your account. Okay, debits and credit. Then otherwise, as auditor, see, this is not only applicable to the banker, it's also applicable to the auditor. You can do a mystery shopping. What is the meaning of a mystery shopping? You go to the audit, you go and sit in the audit place, or you go to the auditee's office, or you go to the customer's place. Now, a customer has borrowed so much of money and you are looking at the transactions in that customer's account and you're feeling very, there's something wrong in this. You can do a mystery shopping, you can tell your principal and you can ask him to go and visit that customer's place. It is called a mystery shopping. Either you go there directly as an auditor or simply, you just pretend as like you're just going to verify something. That is called as mystery shopping. And in case of base branch, in case of non-home checks, contact the base branch. And exception report. We are auditors. We are very, very clever in analyzing exception reports. And there are hundreds of exception reports which we can generate from the CBS system. And you are all students who are extremely tech savvy. Download all the reports and analyze. Do data mining. When you are analyzing, don't think you're only analyzing Excel data. You are doing data mining, data analysis. You're doing a big data analysis. Just see all these highly complex activities which are coming now, which we are all members are holding so many CPA programs. You people are going to be sitting at the branch level and doing all these activities. So the loan frauds, I told you already, the reporting should go to the RBI and to the investigative agencies for timely initiation of staff accountability. So this is that 2015 circular, which has come in July 15. So when you are going through, you go to the LFAR. Okay, in the LFAR, they will ask you to do a credit appraisal. There is a point. Now, how is the loan process going? Normally, what happens if anyone wants to borrow money, they'll come with a proposal that is appraised or reviewed by the branch. Then they sanction it. After sanctioning documentation, the money is disbursed. So when we are doing the audit, we have to audit all these 5 stages. You have to audit and see whether the financial statements which that borrower has submitted are true and proper. If it is a private limited company, don't accept what is given. Go to the IT website and download. Go to the MCA website and download the financial statements. Then you can tell your principal, sir, I downloaded the balance sheet of this company from the MCA website. This balance sheet and this balance sheet are differing. The closing stock in this is different from the closing stock in this. So your audit starts from the proposal stage. Go through how it has been appraised by the loan officer. How have they sanctioned? What are the terms and conditions of sanction? Whether the terms and conditions of the sanction have been fulfilled. Documentation, whatever, there will be a circular for documentation for the different types of loans. Whether all those documentation parameters have been fulfilled. Then disbursement. Once you go to disbursement, the money has been withdrawn. You do your debits and credits analysis. Download the ledger and do your debit and credit analysis. So once you do this, you can go to this LFAR. In LFAR, there is a point in which the LFAR you will be replying. Based on yours only, your principal is going to reply. Has the branch complied with the procedures and instructions of the controlling authorities with reference to loan applications, preparation of proposals for grant and renewal of advances, enhancement of limits, including adequate documentation in respect thereof? What, in your opinion, are the major shortcomings in the credit appraisal? So the moment you do that 5-step check, automatically your LFAR, this point gets fulfilled. This point will be very, very qualitatively replied to by you. So the next one, what are the early morning signals what is a red flag? Where there is a suspicious activity in that account, which is thrown to light by one or more of the following early warning signals. Documentation, inadequate documentation. Operations. Now, inadequate documentation, suppose the address, in the address proof which is given, there is a different address. But if you go to the PAN card and check, or the passport and check, there is a different address. Do the documentation, KYC check properly. What are the operations in the account? I already told you, do the analysis. Internal indicators. What are the external indicators? In MCA website, there is something. What are the outliers? See, outliers, what is an outlier normally is anyone who does a data analytics will know there will be certain parameters within which you will accept deficiencies. Okay, so suppose you're doing a sampling. If you're doing a sampling and you say wherever there is you download a customer account and you say wherever the account is overdrawn more than 10 lakh of rupees from the limit, I will analyze it. So when you go and analyze it, as outliers for you will be anything in excess of 10 lakhs. So you do an analysis of all the outliers. What I'm giving you all are very, very simple explanations. If you want to know exactly what an outlier is, I suggest you go through any data analytics and see how do you analyze an outlier. So then frequent change. What happens? The person who's coming to you with a proposal is giving a different project report every time he comes and sees. So these will all be filed and kept in the bank. Take the correspondence file and check it. What is the when you take a balance sheet, you and I prepare balance sheets, right? So when you are preparing a balance sheet, you will see whether there is any outstanding previous amount which is to be paid, GST amount whether it has been remitted properly, whether the returns have been filed properly. If your TDS amount, if your PF amounts for the employees, all these are not remitted correctly, then automatically, if that person is not even going to make the statutory dues on time, how is he going to repay the bank? You should ask such questions. These are early warning signals. So how do you go through? Go through the correspondent files and the loan document files. The moment you go and ask them for all these files, they'll give it to you. Spend the time, go through every single paper. Auditor's job requires a lot of patience. You need to be very sharp. One small mistake also, some small correction also you should be able to find out. Foreign bills remaining outstanding, any overdue bills, again, review the exception reports and review the export bills register. See, actually, in this particular circular which I'm talking to you about, there are some 43 cases of early warning signals. I've tried to cover most of them here. If you cover these signals, then your audit of your non-fund and fund-based advances is going to be completely thorough. Then delay observed in the payment of outstanding dues. I already spoke to you about that, where you have to check the financials of the borrower, check the creditor's aging, check if the year-end provisions have been paid. All this, which as an auditor, we do it for our regular audits. You have to check it on the financials which the borrower is giving you. Underinsured and overinsured inventory. He is going to take a CC on his stock and book debts. Check whether the insurance is correct. Check the stock statements. I told you you have to do the stock statement analysis. You have to go through the stock auditor's report. You have to check the insurance records. What is the value of stocks given in the insurance record? And you have to also comment whether the year-end stock and the stocks in the monthly stock statement, how the movement is. You have to be extremely vigilant when you're doing this. Then invoices, you all know, all of us now are very, very savvy, tech savvy, GST, TDS, everything we know. And we know every invoice should have a TAN number, GSTN number. Check all these registrations and copies of invoices. Title and collateral properties. Collateral properties are normally given as secondary collateral, primary and secondary collateral. Check these collaterals, check the legal opinion which is given. Go through the legal opinion, check if the EC, that is the encumbrance certificate, has been obtained. Go through all the files and see what is there, any negatives in the legal opinion, how the branch has bypassed that negative opinion which is given in the legal opinion. Sometimes what people will do is they'll borrow money from one bank to close the zone. Now that March is coming and all the borrowers know that banks are going to see, whether I'm repaying. Bankers don't want, especially at the branch level, they don't want any fund, any loans to be outstanding. So what they will do, they'll force the borrower. So the borrower will take a fresh loan and repay. We should be able to check all these evergreening in these accounts. So check the account statement, check the outstandings, compare the limit, see if the account has any credit balance, check how the credit balance was achieved. And normally when we go and check, we have to see whether all the sales and have been routed through the account from which the borrowings have been happening. Go through your stock audit report. If the borrower is not allowing stock audit, then there is something seriously which is wrong. In LFAR, there is a particular point where they ask you to say whether the stock, book debt statements and other periodic operational data and financial statements, they have the CMA data, QIS statements, all these are received regularly from the borrowers and they have to scrutinize this. In case there are any deficiencies which are found, whether such scrutiny has been done. Then your stock audit reports have spoken a lot on this. Again, you have to check any manipulation in the stock audit, stock statements, whether the DP has been done, calculated properly. Because normally what happens is, in this, they'll give a stock statement. The stock value is full entered manually. There is no way in which there is a link. There is no interface application between the stock statement and the loan account. So you have to ensure, you have to physically take and see whether it has been filled correctly and whether the interest rates have been done correctly. All these checks we have to ensure. Normally they say, no, you cannot check the interest rate and all. It is done back end at the zonal office. Don't accept it. Many instances we have found that there is a difference in the interest rates which is given in the sanction letter for the borrower and the interest rate which is entered in the system. Then funding of interest by sanctioning additional facilities. Normally, accounts where there is a high interest which is charged and the borrower is not able to repay the interest, the branch itself will give them a special ad hoc facility to close this interest outstanding. You have to check if during the year end any new loans have been given to a borrower. For what purpose? Is it for closing a particular loan or for any other purpose? It may be, see, these early warning signals may not indicate fraud, but for most frauds there will be an early warning signal. So charge on collateral. If there is a charge which is created, go to the ROC site, see which is the CHG1 has been filed, whether it is exclusive to the branch. In case there are multiple borrowers, if you go and check the CHG1, if they have given the same property to other banks also, check that if an NOC has been obtained. Then concealment for master service agreement. Some companies have the master agreement with certain bigger corporates, and then every year they'll have supplementary agreements which are entered into. In the supplementary agreements, only the new clauses will be given. Go through the supplementary agreement and ask them, there is a master service agreement, and then it is called as MSA or MA or whatever it is, and ask them for that and go through it. Siphoning of funds is something which all banks are bothered about, including, and the government is also extremely bothered about. How do you check this? Whether the front or associate companies. See, I borrow 10 crores. From the 10 crores, I promote 2 or 3 other companies and transfer the funds there, or transfer it to my own personal name, or to the names of my relatives or my partnership concern. So all these we should check. Routing of funds, investment in other companies, and then the amount is withdrawn, but it is still not coming back into the banking system. Frequent requests for the general purpose loan. Every time, every 2-3 months, they will come and ask you for an ad hoc limit. Why is it being asked? Is there any problem within that account? Check all the exception report. ROC search report I already spoke about. Frequent ad hoc actions I've already spoken about. Checking the operations in the account, I already spoke about this. I haven't spoken about heavy cash withdrawals. What are the cash withdrawals? Any original bills if you ask for and they don't give it, any devolvement of LCs, invocation of bank guarantees, if whether they're giving you fictitious purchase bills, do a mystery check, call up the suppliers and talk to them, check the PAN, TAN, GST number, whether it's a valid phone number, valid email ID, all these checks. See, you are all new age, chartered accountants in the making. You will be able to apply all your information technology knowledge on these fraud analytics. Analyze the financials of the borrower. Remember whatever you have studied in your accounts and auditing papers, income tax knowledge, your Companies Act knowledge, everything you can apply here. Significant increase in working capital percentage. I'm sorry, I'm taking too much of time. Then what are the... Yeah.
Sir has another session on 6 o'clock. So
okay, fine. I just...
Sorry.
Okay. So what I will do is I will share this with the branch. Please go through it because this is a very huge topic. I think I will stop right now. I think everyone would have got, in the flow as to how to do this, how to do the audit. In case anyone wants to have anything, they can definitely contact me. My number is there with the branch also. So I think I'll close right now because I don't want to infringe on the other person's time. Only thing is that what is the meaning of fraud? Find the red flag, review the transaction, analyze the transaction, understand and share the details with your principal and document it in terms of whatever the ICAI guidelines are. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for detailed deliberation and excellent deliberation on the audit of advances and also the areas where fraud will occur and what are the precautions to be taken by auditor by covering almost all the standards on auditing. Thank you so much. It would have definitely validated our students. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request, thank you. Now I request our Vice Chairman Sasamchan to please introduce our next resource person, CAK Vijay Srinivas from Petro.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. CA Kottapalli Vijay Srinivas was a qualified chartered accountant based out of Hyderabad and practicing for more than 18 years. His educational qualifications includes Master of Commerce and Chartered Accountancy. He was a certified Information Systems Auditor by ICACA, USA, and a certified fraud examiner. His certifications from ICAI includes Anti-Money Laundering Specialist, Diploma in Information Systems Audit, Forensic Accounting and Fraud Detection, Concurrent Audit, INDAS, and Indirect Tax.
If you don't mind, probably we can cut short on this part. Doesn't matter. We'll be meeting anyways, probably,
It's okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Please share it in chat box.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Yes.
You will be inspiration to all of us, sir. Definitely.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, your branch, for inviting me for this particular session. In fact, students are the one which have been very close to. I'm not sure how many of you, these members, they know me because I've been taking regularly advanced ITT as well in terms of Excel. So I'm not sure how many of these 120 people and odd attending might know me a little bit. Given time, what we'll try to do is I'll just try to run through a couple of important aspects more than anything. Then accordingly, we try to conclude by 6 o'clock or so. Yeah. Is the screen sharing enabled for me? Yes. Yeah. So, like all the speakers for that matter, including the Raghunandan ma'am and probably whatever speakers you have come through during this audit season of bank branch audit, everyone would have been stressing upon the new LFER for a reason that compared to earlier LFER, what we were dealing with, wherein we have to confirm in terms of NPA, in terms of true and fairness of the statement and all that stuff. Now, in fact, I'm very much wondered about this particular scope which has been drafted, and I'm signing that particular balance sheet saying that I've considered this particular scope where I'm testing each of the transaction, okay, and I'm testing the efficiency of the system. I'm testing the integrity of the data and data related controls. Now, this is more speaks about a forensic angle, more speaks about information systems audit, more speaks about the control, which I believe very least we'll be spending given the time what we do in the branch audit. Probably if we spend around 10 days also, I don't think I will be in a position to certify these things. That's one risky area what we are taking by accepting this year's bank audit, because this particular scope is so dangerously drafted. I'm not sure how many kind of issues might come up down the lane once someone signs this. Okay. So with this point, what we'll do is because it speaks about more of transactions. Okay, documentation we've been taking care of. We've been verifying all those EWS. We've been concentrating all the controls and all, but it speaks about more of 100% data verification, going by the words. Now, obviously, it's not possible for given time, so that the way we come across the 100% data verification. So probably what we can do is identify the best possible way, at least if not anything, reduce my risk. We call it as a residual risk. Okay, if not inherent risk has been totally mitigated, at least residual risk we are trying to minimize to the extent possible. That's what we'll try to focus on. So just to run through a few things, I'm not sure how many of you have gone through branch audit during your article period, or for that matter. It starts with the trial balance provided by the bank. Okay, trial balance captures all the information about the branch in terms of like any other trial balance, whatever we come across, the same thing it will follow, except for the presentation sake. Rest of the things, everything, classification, everything, whatever you learned during your professional listing, everything will be same. Okay. Whereas when it comes to audit, we'll be focusing more on the advances part. Okay, when it comes to liability, income, and of course the liability part, the deposits and all. More so, the kind of information what bank sorts is in terms of advances, because its concentration is more on the diversion of the funds, proper utilization of the funds given, all that aspects. Okay. So simple thing is you can make use of, first of all, once you walk into the branch, identify what are the codes they follow for the advances. Like each of the, just like any other ERP, all those advances, they'll be starting with a particular digit number, depending on what kind of loan it deals with. Okay, it deals with probably, if I speak about, let me just search this particular number in the trial balance. I believe the screen is visible.
Sir, it is visible, sir. You can carry on.
Fine. Okay. So let's say I have this particular general account, or probably will be more moving towards certain important advances. So let me just pick up one because this was one sample file which I picked up. Okay. Yeah, these are a couple of loans. Like say you have gold loan, you have a mortgage loan. Okay, as you can see, it has a particular number started, series of number 271. So if a customer taking a loan, obviously it starts with this particular ID, then following the account code, whatever is being allocated by the ERP. Okay. So we'll first of all ask for this advance codes. And once we get that, we'll classify our advances, our particular transactions by using, of course, the VLOOKUP. I believe many of you are very much familiar about the VLOOKUP. So once I've identified a particular advance code, what I'll try to do is I'll try to pick up the same code. How is that pick up? Because we have taken the codes only in terms of 3 digits. Okay, usually you can get a request for the detailed kind of codes, but in case they are probably part of, because that's how the definition has been created. So I'll go with the VLOOKUP. Let's say I'll use, let me just maximize the screen a little bit. Okay, and these Excel functions are not that we can cover within 1 hour. I'm just giving an idea. Probably you can make a note down the line. You can do little R&D on that, and once you are familiar with it, you can proceed. Okay, so I'm just picking up those 3 digits out of the respective value out of the account code and trying to match with these, because obviously I picked up 3 codes. That's where it is trying to look up in this. Once I've identified, let me just freeze the values what I've copied. Then I want to pick up the second value as an exact match. Okay. So it is going to check if I don't want to have that kind of NA and all. If it is NA, we'll say not advanced. Okay. Now I'm going to run through this particular formula, copying across. So I'll be filtering those which are falling into the category of advances. That's the first thing I'll do. Okay. Now these are all the advances accounts. So which area I'll be focusing on? Obviously the debits. Okay, because no, these are the amounts which they would have lent. Okay, and that's where they have to repay. So my sampling, when it comes to sampling of particular debtors, first thing first, what the sampling methodology says is either you can pick up a sample of 2 crores, which are about 2 crores, or 5% of the total advances what you're dealing with. Okay. Just to take through another file. I have not kept the files open just to not get the Excel hanged up. So as I said, what we can do is we can sum up all the type of loans. Like once we have this trial balance, first aspect, as I said, I'll be concentrating more on the total of the advances what the particular branch has. Once I have identified that there is a total, I'll be working out what could be the proper sample for me. Like if in case I've taken up an example where let's say branch total is around 25 crores. Okay. So my sample should be logically either minimum of 5% of this or 2 crores, whichever is permitted, okay, based on the sampling technology or sampling what we use. Okay. So once I've identified that this is the sample size, I'll again try to sum up for each of the loan type what we have. It could be OD, it could be CC, it could be term loan, it could be agricultural loan, any kind of loan. So all these things will be lined up. Obviously, branch will provide all the details of the loan. Okay, wherein it captures the customer name, account number, drawing power, outstanding, everything. Usually the best practice is most of the time what we do is we request for the statements at the end of March. Okay, so best practice is try to pick up 5 different dates. Maybe let's say in the month of April, which actually follows the last year balance sheet. And another date could be anything between July, the quarter ends kind of. Okay, so probably June end, September end, and December end kind of thing. And obviously you are going to take up in the March as well. Now, once you have that particular transaction, 5 different kind of statements, you just need to consolidate all into one particular file. How you do that? Obviously, you can do a regular merging option, or probably you can use Power Pivot also. We'll not get into more detail about it. Just understand that you merge all those 5 statements provided in 5 different dates. Once you have pasted one below other, you'll be tagging with mentioning which particular month it belongs to. Obviously, you don't want to miss out to which particular month the particular statement belongs to. Once you have tagged, okay, then you might pick up the average of these 5 months, how the advances of these 5 months average is working. That is one way to see that at least you're considering all those advances throughout the year, not just about considering the last day of the March. Okay. Once you have identified, you pick up the sum of, okay, I believe all of you are familiar with the SUMIFS function. If not, you can just search for this SUMIFS function. We'll not get into technicalities. Okay, anyway, just to mention SUMIFS, it does summarize based on a criteria. So I'm just trying to sum all the outstanding balances based on a criteria of account description, which falls under this category for the month of March. So logically, I'm trying to pick up under each category what is the outstanding balance at the end of March. Based on this, now this total obviously will match the total branch advances. Once I've identified for each of these, I'll check whether it is falling within this sample of 5%. Okay, and sampling, it doesn't happen only one time. It has to be in a different stages. First, at the advances level. So you are going to concentrate on those advances which are falling into more than 5% or 2 crores of the branch level. Okay, now you'll pick up this particular sample. Okay, this has to be like, it has to be part of your 100% sampling. When I say 100%, not in terms of verification, it has to be 100% of sampling in terms of picking up the data. Okay, so these three categories, maybe said mortgage, book dates, and another product called CKGC. I'll be picking up these as my 100% sample. Rest of all randomly. Okay, my preference will be more on these particular things. Once I have done that, then I'll go to the next level where I'll pick up these particular accounts, call up all those accounts which are falling into this category. Okay, then again run a sample. Let's say I want to pick up 20% of that. So I'll pick up the total of this particular sum. Okay, and based on this, let's say I want to pick up 20% of this. Now I'll pick up all those files which are falling beyond this 20%. Okay, I'm just giving a sample kind of 20%. Usually we'll follow 5%, that will be more comfortable. So I'll pick up those which are falling within this 5% as a 100% verification. When I say 100% verification, it includes the documentation, it includes the transactions, it includes the related party transactions, everything. Okay, so likewise, this is so called technically we call it as a stratification. Okay, and stratification, again, you need to classify into two different types. Probably I'll just open up a particular page to explain the kind of stratification. When I say stratification, again, it will be two levels. One is, of course, value, other one is volume. Value, already we have seen, we considered those 5% or 2 crores. Okay, that's fine. So we know that what is to be verified, what are the documents, transactions to be verified and all. So when we go for value, because we are focusing on the loan amounts, my concentration will be on the transaction level. So I'll be going through the ledgers to see what kind of, obviously, these are all requires little bit of conditional formatting, identifying any percentage value greater than 5% or whatever it is. But ultimately, my concentration will be more on the value. When it comes to volume, what we can do, let me just say, I'll pick up the same sample. Let me just try to create a pivot out of it. Then I'll try to explain. I'll say insert. I'll create a pivot table. Let's say I want to create it in a new worksheet. And let's check up based on account type. And we'll pick up some outstanding value. Yeah, loan outstanding value. Okay. Now, this is one way. What I'll do is I'll have another loan outstanding. Okay. Now, this I'll try to convert into percentage. So I'll right click over here. I'll say show values as percentage of column total. Let me just sort down in a descending order. So what my concentration, as I said, 5% is our criteria. So I'll pick up these particular values. Okay. For the sake of transaction audit. One aspect we have covered, total advances, 5%, 2 crores, that is separate thing. Within this also, I have tried to identify out of the total number of accounts, what kind of accounts I shall be picking up. This is one way. So these are the accounts where I'll be more doing a transaction audit. So-called transaction audit, nothing but you technically we call it as a transaction audit. Few people fancily call it as a deep dive, whatever it is. But ultimately, what we are trying to do is we are trying to pick up those transactions, go through the ledger accounts to see what kind of utilization they have done out of the loan amount. So end use, so-called end use, by running through the accounts while using filtering, custom formatting, everything. Okay, this is one way. Second way, let me just copy the same pivot adjacent. This time, instead of having a value, let's try to convert those value field settings to count. Rather than sum, we'll use count of those values and run the same where we are looking for percentage of transaction count. Earlier it was value, this is volume. Now when it is volume, what even otherwise happens is if a branch is dealing with more and more of a particular type of loan accounts, it becomes like a regular kind of process. Let's say a branch is concentrating more on agricultural loans. So day in, day out, they'll be dealing with agricultural loan. So process becomes little so-called easier in the times that they know which are the important fields in a 10-page document. So they'll be concentrating only that area, skipping on the other part. So chances of documentation lapses will be there if the number of count is more, because branch is regularly doing day in, day out. So chances of lapses in documentation will be there. So I pick up these to go for a document verification. So value, you go for a transaction audit. Volume, you go for a documentation, wherein you probably know, again, it comes to the team size, what kind of team you're dealing with. Usually a team size of at least 4 is recommended, because no 2 people will be concentrating the documentation part, 2 people will be segregating between the transaction and the scrutiny of those transactions, whatever it is. Okay, so logically, so this is about the stratification, so-called. Again, this is stratification at the category level. Then you might go for the same stratification within the account level also. Okay, this is about the sampling. Now coming to the second part, once we have, let's say we have done with the sampling and all, second part, analysis part. Now let's come back to the same. Branch will provide, like say, if I have to list down those important information, what we can request for. One, of course, the SCA report, so-called standard assets. So this also branches might call it as a NPA report, or SCA1, SCA2, SCA3, SCA4. Okay, and we'll ask for a probable NPA. Okay, and you'll ask for doubtful assets, and you'll ask for loss assets. Okay, so these again, we repeat, it has to be in 5 different dates, not exactly on 31st of March. If you can get it from 5 different dates, that makes your task much more easier. And let me just show you. This is one of the audit which we have handled last year. This is the standard assets, substandard assets, doubtful assets, loss assets. As you can see, these are all captured in different dates. Okay, this has been picked up from different dates. Once I get that, like say you have from March 19, you have including December, whatever different months I've asked for, they have provided that. Now what I'll run is, I try to go with the CCOD account, that is in the month of, in the statement, whatever they have provided for various dates. I'll run a lookup on this particular CCOD for each of the statements what they have provided in terms of probable NPA, standard assets, substandard, doubtful, and the loss asset. My concentration will be those which was probable NPA. Okay, probably has been standardized, or like saying, if you can come across this particular, it is a probable NPA, then has turned out to be standard asset. So what I'll do, I'll filter across, saying that probable NPA which have turned out to be standard. I'll verify whether these 59 accounts have been standardized in the month of March, or is it like genuinely payment has happened, or is there is any ad hoc facility available by the particular customer to turn this probable NPA. As you know, probable NPA is the one which is due for more than 60 days, but less than 90 days. Okay, even otherwise NPA you would have covered, many people would have covered, say, no, with you regarding what is a NPA and all. Obviously it's more than 90 days kind of thing, or for more than 90 days. So my concentration will be one aspect on this. Second, to pick up on the standard assets, doubtful assets, which were not turning out to be loss assets. See, as you know, doubtful assets are those which are beyond 24 months. Okay, which were NPA for beyond 24 months, even in fact 12 months. Then anytime before 36 months, and after 36 months, it's of course a branch discretion to consider it to be loss asset and all. Even otherwise, we can take a call whether if we strictly say that it has to be considered as a loss asset, considering all those factors, then obviously we might recommend so in MOC also. But even otherwise, I'll be considering. Now, this what we are doing, are we generating any system report, or we are trying to compare from the data provided to us? We are trying to compare the data, whatever, these are CCOD accounts which are live. It doesn't speak about whether it is an NPA, it doesn't speak about whether it is doubtful, whether it is a standard. I just got all the information. I'm trying to compare each of this account with the list provided to me in terms of probable NPA or the doubtful asset. Now, this is one area where you can concentrate. I'm saying many a times I've come across, there could be like probable NPA forced to turn out to be standard asset by some or other ways, maybe ad hoc, or probably some routing transaction happening between related party kind of thing. Okay, so this is one area you can concentrate on. Coming to other aspects, yeah, term loan. Now, this is one important area where many of us miss upon. In fact, to be honest, the kind of new LFAR, it is not at all concentrating on the NPA. As you can see, it is nowhere stressing upon NPA because it is just reminding you to take care of your job in going through the transaction audit, to see that the proper controls are there in the branch, proper data integrity is there. Rest of all, we'll take it. That's what RBI is saying. They are not bothered about NPA to be certified by auditor, no more. Okay, even otherwise, this is one exposure draft by ICA. In fact, it is yet to be finalized. Probably if you go through the exposure draft, it has to be finalized. A para which says a bank shall not resort to manual intervention or override in the system based on so and so, which is effective from, of course, June 2021. That is from this current year. So it will be effective from the next audit onwards. But otherwise, you can just see the change in the way earlier LFAR was and the current LFAR, where they are asking us not to run behind the NPA, more than running behind NPA. They are asking us to identify the integrity issue, to identify the data quality and all those things. And that can be ensured only by using all these tech tools, what we are discussing. Now, this is the term loan account. What happens in terms of term loan? Usually, again, here also we generate an essay report from the branch, so-called NPA report. And I'm not sure how many of you believe this, but NPA report is the least thing what personally, if you ask me, I'll be trusting, because there it generates based on the inputs what branch has given, and branch has a control on a date field, branch has a control on a EMI reschedulement, branch has a control on the period. That is for how many periods that particular loan is sorted, that number of installments. Once I have that control, anytime I can, if I'm having a EMI of 20,000 and the EMI is for 24 months, if I'm changing it to 36 months, obviously the payment will be showing as an advance. It never turns into NPA. Okay, in such scenarios, if I'm going with the report generated by the system, now what kind of audit I'm doing? What kind of transaction audit I'm doing? So that's the reason you can probably, what you do is you ask for the account statement of the customer. Let it be in a different format. Like say, this is the kind of account statement what they have given, doesn't matter. It hardly takes a couple of steps for me. Let's say I'm just trying to refine this. What easiest way is just to quickly run through these particular steps. What I'll be doing is I'll be tagging, 1 second. Let me just run through quick couple of steps. Let's say I want to tag these transactions and also want to refi in a way, the way this looks, where I want to have properly segregated. Now this term loan, let's say I'll use a formula. I'll say, let's call upon the account name. Let's tag only a couple of fields. Let's say I'll call up a customer name, and let's have a customer ID. These two I want to pick up. Now I'll use a simple formula saying that if this is equal to this, I'll freeze. In the sense, if I'm copying this, whenever you come across this customer name, a term called customer name, just refer to this. If not, refer to the above. Okay. Similarly, I do with the customer ID also, saying that if this customer ID equal to customer ID, a term called customer ID, then you pick up this. Otherwise, you don't pick up, you pick up the above value. Okay. By using this simple formula, if I'm copying across throughout the particular statement, I'll just copy, control end, go to the last part of the statement, I'll paste it across. By doing so, one thing, I'm binding the entire data, all the statements, so that if I'm applying a filter, it will be easy. Now you can see that. Let me just again quickly complete this, then I'll explain. Okay, in terms of refinement, I'll apply a filter wherein date field is the one very much important because it has the capability of grouping more than anything. So I'll choose most of the time the date field because it has the capability of grouping. So I'll ensure that I select all except for the date groups, and I'll say okay, keeping my cursor, control shift end, I'll say control minus, remove that whatever junk is there. Now I got all the transactions what I'm looking for. Now I'm not bothered about, because I already captured the respective customer name, every detail is captured very much over here. Now at one go, you get 10 statements, you get 100 statements, you have all the transactions properly tagged wherein you are having the information of each of the transaction tagged up to the customer name and transaction. Now, once I have that, I just need to filter down to disbursements or the repayment, what kind of I'm dealing with, just to take you to the refined file. Okay. So based on this, for different customers, I got what is the disbursement, what is the interest, what is the other charges. Once I have this, I'll just create my EMI chart. I am not trusting again the system. I'm generating my own EMI chart because everything is available here. The bank says this is the date of loan, this is the period of EMI, this is the last date of EMI. Okay, so I know as on this date how many installments have been served using normal date functions and all. Once I have done that, I'll try to create my own EMI chart where I'll say this is the EMI, this is the theoretical pay, usually that has to be paid, and what are the payments the customer has made. This I'm picking from the statement provided by the customer, statement provided by the system, not on the NPA. So this statement is nothing but your bank statement, is it not? So obviously there, I don't think that there's chances of manipulating going into the ERP of the banking CBS. Okay. Now, once I have that, I'll run through this and have my own formula on which date actually it has turned out to be NPA. So I'm creating my own NPA chart out of the customer statements, not from the system. Once I have that, if it is running into NPA, obviously that will be doubtful one. If it is beyond going for into NPA more than 12 months, that will be considering into doubtful asset 2. You know, these are the things which has turned out to be doubtful one for the given customer ID, and couple of places it might turn out to be doubtful asset 2, and couple of places it might turn out to be. And this I'm creating from the customer statement more than anything. Now I have full control on the data, wherein I can say that what is doubtful, what is loss asset. Once I have that, I'll create again a substandard chart wherein I'll use a normal counting function saying that which particular, obviously substandard is if any given period, if it is an NPA, that has to be, that will be moved into substandard. And obviously if it is continuous for more than 12 months, that's where it comes from doubtful asset. I'll run my doubtful asset, substandard chart from the inception of the loan period to the current year to which I'm auditing. Now, this is what I'm saying, I'm generating from the customer statement more than anything. Now I can question bank, what is that NPA statement, why it is so different from what I got? Why it actually turned out to be substandard in 2018 only. How come it is still continuing as a performing asset? How come it is a doubtful asset in my chart? How come it is not being displayed as a doubtful in custom system chart? And these are the things. In fact, I don't want to take up a name. Last year we commented on this one particular bank, and yesterday only we got information that around 85 crores have been provided post audit by that particular bank in terms of NPA. Now, these are the couple of steps what you can improvise. You don't have to depend on the system. All the statements are very much available in the bank. You just need to pull out, compile these particular formulas, count if, sum if, and all. You can get it anytime. Okay. Now let's move ahead to the next thing. Yeah, Benford's law. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of. I'm just running through given in the time, trying to give those tips kind of thing. Probably you can just explore them. Now, Benford's law, as it used in forensics, where I'll try to identify those transactions which are going out of the natural flow. Okay, now this is the stock statement downloaded from yesterday's website, the BSC website. Okay, and what use we can have in bank audit. Okay, let me just run through first of all what is Benford's law. Let me just quickly run through this. Then I'll explain where we can use in bank audit more than anything. So I'm going to say left of this, I'll pick up the first digit. I'll do this across the data. Okay, once I have that, I'll run through 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 9 digits. Okay, usually what Benford's law says is for any natural flow, any numbers where there is a natural flow, there is no manual intervention. Considering the natural flow, the occurrence of any amount starting with this particular digit called 1 is around 31%. The number starting with 2 is around 17%. Okay, so the formula of Benford law is it is log 10 of 1 plus 1 by the nth number. Log 10 of 1 plus 1 by this nth number. Okay, so if I'm copying this, let's turn out to be percentage, expand it. Okay, now it says considering natural flow, this should be the occurrence of any number starting with this digit. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll do a count if of the transactions which is falling into this criteria, wherein it matches with this particular one. Okay. So it is, we are trying to get the count of those transactions. As I said, this is the practical live data which has been downloaded from BSE website. Okay. Now, if I'm doing so, then I'll convert the occurrence of this in terms of percentage. So for that, let's have a total of it. And let's say I'm going to divide this with this, wherein I freeze this and convert that into percentage. Okay. Now, what this particular transaction flow shows is, it is almost all in terms with Benford's law. I mean, hardly we have any variation. Okay, then this is what the stock statement I was mentioning about, where I have downloaded from the BSE website. Okay, from the particular BSE website. Now coming back to where we can use this. Usually, once you have sampled, you would identified that there are a couple of related parties. There is a company, there are directors in the company, and there are probably direct HUF of those directors. There are partnership of those directors. Now, you know that customer ID is a single customer ID. From 2016 onwards, RBI made it mandatory, saying that any customer, for irrespective of whatever number of accounts he has, it has to be single customer ID. And in terms of those 2016, there were, in many of the banks have conducted KYC audit to ensure that there is no duplicate customer ID for the same customer. Based on this customer ID, you can get to know what kind of accounts he has, what kind of relation accounts he has. So he has, probably he's a director of a company. So company has account, director has account, director spouse has account, director children has account, or probably directors other firms have account. What I'll do is I'll run through this Benford law on the transactions of the all those. Let's say we have picked up 8 statements of the given director in different entities. 8 statements will have all the transactions running throughout the year, 365 days during the current year of audit. Okay, I'll run a Benford on the debits or credits, whatever. Once I get that, I'll do the same Benford on all the 8 statements I've picked up. Now, once I pick up, I'll pick up those transactions which are deviating in a, these are Benford's law is nothing but it gives us a red flag, which area there could be manual intervention. Let's say I got a particular area 4, instead of 9%, it has turned out to be 20%. Now, if the same 20% is occurring in all those 8 statements, straight away I could get to the transactions where exactly there is a manipulation, there is a manual intervention, which is deviating the regular natural flow. When I say natural flow, it could be GST purchases, GST sales, or any kind of regular transaction considering the business nature of those company accounts or the director, whatever. Are you getting? I mean, Benford's law can be used on the customer statements when I'm dealing with the related party. See what is common figure which is deviating from the Benford law throughout all those accounts, and those transactions I'll pick up, paste one below other into a single file. Then if I sort that particular, see, you can identify that a particular transaction which has been debited out of an account, moved into other account, from there probably moved into other account. Okay, so instead of spending this on the entire statement of the customer, you are exactly identifying that area where you could have got right kind of combination to pick up those. Okay, so that's where you can think of using Benford's law. Another area, yeah, probably I can show you one other important. There is this functions, usually financial functions. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of the financial functions in Excel. So I'll make use of one particular function. Okay, so usually what bank does, what kind of information bank gives? It gives the loan amount, it gives the interest rate, it gives for how many months the loan has been availed, and what is the EMI. I want to cross verify each of that. Obviously, as I said, I don't want to trust on the system. I want to have my own kind of generation. What I'll do, I'll place all the information what bank has provided. Okay, it says 8%, 8.5% loan for a 24 months. Loan amount is this, and banker has said that the EMI is 34,091. Oh, sorry, 23,561. I want to validate my EMI, so I'm using the same arguments. So for EMI, we'll use a function called PMT in Excel. What PMT does? If I'm saying PMT, the rate, that is 8.5, obviously we have to convert into months, and then the period 24 months, and the loan amount what he has taken. So it will display what exactly should have been the EMI based on the information provided by the bank. Whereas banker says 23,561 as the EMI, whereas as per my calculation, even the terms, it is working out to 34,091. Now I want to cross check which one could have gone wrong. Obviously, as I said, if someone has to manipulate, this is one area, because if I increase this, the amount what he paid towards the EMI will be considered as an advance, So never it will turn out to be NPA. So what I'll do is I'll calculate my own EMI. I'll reduce, I'll find out the difference between the banker's EMI and my EMI. Okay. Once I do get that, what I'll do is I'll run a goal seek on this. What goal seek? It will do a reverse calculation. Okay. Let me just take you to the goal seek. I'm saying goal seek. What goal seek does is it will do a reverse calculation. What kind of reverse calculation I want to do is I want to convert this to 0. How it will become 0? If only these both values are equal. That's only it will become 0. By changing, what I'll opt for is I'll opt for changing the months. I want to validate how many months it should have been to match with the banker's EMI. That's what I'm doing. I'm cross-verifying, saying that how many months it should have been actually to get converted into banker's EMI. Once I do so, I'll just say okay. Now what it says 36 months. If it is 36 months, then only it will turn out to be 23,561. Now this is the area where I'll pick up saying that it should have been actually 36 months, wherein it should have been for 36 months the EMI what you are mentioning is this, but not for the 24th months what you are saying EMI is not equal to. So I'm questioning, saying that how come the months have been reduced from 36 months to 24 months by keeping the same kind of EMI. So this we can do for each of the accounts. Okay, for this, of course, it doesn't require for me to keep on running through goal seek. I just record a macro of goal seek. I'll just run the macro for each of the field. It is going to cross verify. So you can make use of this beautiful what if analysis called goal seek to cross verify. That's one area. And not to get into details, let me just check one more area. Usually we use the filters to identify what kind of narration a particular. Of course, I've taken up an example of a normal cash book. Okay, just to explain, probably you can relate this to the bank statement, what customers, whatever statements you uploaded. What we'll do, we'll apply a filter to identify if there is any term called EMI, or if there is any term called loan, or if there is any term called OD, or if there is any term called asset. Okay, we want to identify whether the debits out of this CC or OD has been, whether there is a cash withdrawal or whether the payment has happened to certain related party. Okay, let's say, let's pick up a couple of names. Let's say this Rajender, okay, whoever Rajender is there, he is the other director of the company, and there are certain payments to the given particular Rajender. So I want to identify those transactions. What we usually do, I'll apply a filter. I'll say text filter. I'll say contains. I'll type the word called Rajender. This is how I'll filter and probably identify those. This is the total what we see. But if I'm doing so, what kind of evidence I'm creating? If I'm filtering, I would have captured somewhere saying that Rajender total is so and so. But once I remove the filter, again I have to remember what kind of filter I applied. Okay, instead of that, you can make use of a simple function called SumIfS, as I believe all of you are familiar. But while using SumIfS, I'll use a concept called wildcard. What wildcard? If I'm trying to search a particular containing kind of thing, okay, that's where we'll use wildcard. So what I'll do, I'll use SumIfS. I'll use the wildcard called Rajender. So I'm not even typing the full name, wherein I'm just trying to sum up. Sorry, this should have been sum range. Let's say I'm trying to get the sum of those transactions where there is a term called Rajender in the given narration. So out of this narration, I'm looking for a term called Rajender. Now this way, I'll get the sum of those transactions wherever you have a term called Rajender. So at one go, instead of applying a filter, okay, if I have to cross check, let me just again apply a filter saying contains Rajender, then go there, see the total, it works out to 37,360. Now, as I said, if I'm applying a filter, anytime I might lose it. Once I remove a filter, I don't have proper evidence. Now here I have an evidence saying that I've summed up based on a term called Rajender. Okay, it could be any name. It could be Rajender or Surender, whatever it is. I just, if I'm referring some term outside this, I'll just use the concatenation concept. Okay, where I'll join the particular cell like this. and again I'll join the wildcard. So both put together, it works out the same. So it could be Rajender. If I'm looking for Vijay, it will get the sum of those transactions falling in the month of a particular name called Vijay, or Surender, if in case anyone is there. So it is going to identify all those sum instead of applying a filter. So this is one aspect you can cover. And lastly, when we identify so-called related party transactions, it's not that all the customers have been properly assigned with the customer ID, then I can easily make out of that. I still want to identify what are the other parties. So usually, as I said, if a company has, say, 4 directors, banker creates a customer ID saying that no, this is a related party. Directors of this company are related to the company and vice versa. But this director could be director of other company, and other company would have availed a loan, and definitely there is a relation for us. But banker may not consider, while because that company, whatever it has taken, may not establish a relation. Probably he's concentrating more on this company of director. There could be network of companies where the director is common. So how to identify that? So what we can do is, usually we follow this website called Toffler, which I want to probably cross verify. But instead of going through this website, what we can do is we can call up the information into our Excel. Let's say, for example, let's take up the familiar name. Let's say we call up Reliance Limited. Okay, I'm trying to look for this Reliance Limited. Okay, let's say Reliance Limited. So I want to search this company called Reliance, just like MCA search. Instead of that, I want to go to this company network. Okay, and identify who are all directors. Okay, let me just go to the page. I'll click on this. Let's say I want to expand who are the directors in this company. Okay, it says there are 3 directors. I also want to check these directors of any other company. I want to expand it another level. Now, these are all the companies where these directors are again directors of those company. So likewise, I'll expand it 3 levels. Okay. So once we get this network chart, a director is director of other company. Once I get this network chart, what I'll do is I'll copy this address, come back to my Excel, go to data, import from web, click on the import from web. Okay. And yeah, here you have a URL. I'll paste the URL. I'll say OK. So what Excel will do is it will establish a connection to the Toffler website where we have copied this network. Once it has established the connection, it will try to pull out the data from that particular page, which we kept it open. Okay. Yeah, it is trying to create a connection out of it. Now, this can be done while making a payment. If I have to get this, I am showing without making any payment. How is that we can pull out the data without making a payment while getting the information from that particular Toffler website? So as I said, it might take a couple of seconds to establish with the port that web page. Once it has established, it will not. Anytime you can open, it will not take so much of time for you to pull the data. Yeah. So now this is the Reliance Limited, wherein it says what are the companies registered in the given address. And more than anything, I'm interested on the connected companies. Now, this is the one network chart. If you have seen, remember earlier, we have seen the network chart where it has expanded to the next level. So I'm going to click on these connected companies. And these connected companies, now these connected companies, I'll try to import. I'll say load. Sorry, I've placed it in a wrong place. So it might be imported over here. You can just place it in A1 cell to be very much proper. By mistake, I clicked on over here. So probably this from the here onwards, it might be imported. Yeah. So it is connecting the data and importing the data from the given page. Yes. Now, these are all companies in which the directors of so-called Reliance are also directors. So what I'll do, I'll look up for these companies. If they have any other facilities, I'm taking up the biggest company. I mean, probably you can limit the companies what we are dealing with in a branch, okay, especially for the high value branches kind of thing. So I'll see if any other companies have availed facility in, because obviously we'll have all the information, all the customer details and all. So we can cross check if any of the companies. If so, whether that relation has been disclosed. If not, and that is where one area you can focus on, where you can comment on the so-called lapse of controls. That's what LFAR speaks about. Okay, there is no data validation. There is no proper controls in terms of validating the data, so-called KYC. Is it not? All these comes into the comments while we are commenting in the LFAR. So using this, I can map with the information provided by the customer. Now, these are all companies. As I said, we haven't paid any penny. We have used the same Excel tool to import the data from this particular chart. Okay, so you can make use of this. And just to highlight a couple of websites, you have another website called Zobaka, where you want to check on the address part. You can check this address. If you have any companies forming within that particular address, let's say I'm saying Hyderabad. So if any case, any companies are there falling within this address, it will throw up the list of those companies. So anytime you can again go with the link, import that into your Excel, you have all the information. Or you are dealing with a branch where it is more into LCs. Okay, so you can make use of this particular website called track-trace, where you can pump in the container number, you can punch the bill of lading, anything you want to verify. Okay, usually if I'm dealing with a branch where more LCs are there, obviously, as you know, LC, most of the time it will be dealing with an export or import related. So I'll try to identify whether the documents provided, because as you see, we are commenting more on so-called transaction, not the data integrity and data related controls. Now, if I identify that couple of things are there which are having lapses, so it's not about that particular document. We have to comment on the aspect of how come branch has missed out this, what kind of validation controls it has, what kind of preventing controls it has. Now, these all will be forming part of our LFR, because as I said earlier, it is no more commenting on the NPS or commenting on the MOCs. It's more of control related, more of transaction testing, more of identifying where exactly the lapses are in the given branch. Okay, so this is one website what you can make a track-trace. Not to get into, because considering the time, I've not tried to take you into the technicalities while using these particular tools and all. So any doubts? Let's keep it more interactive for the last 5 minutes or so. Whatever kind of doubts, as I said, just to highlight few important aspects, just to repeat what kind of, first thing, obviously, you will go for the sampling, what kind of sample you should pick up, going with the nomenclature, going with the percentage of that 5% or 2 crores. At the advances level of the total branch, once you have identified, you will apply the same sample for the relevant accounts, okay, or the account number falling in the same category. Once you have identified, then you call up the CCOD accounts or term loan, get the details of NPA, probable NPA, SCA, all those details, doubtful assets, try to map with the statements what you are requested over 5 different dates, see whether they are matching or if any deviation are there. That is with regard to the CCOD. Term loan, you will try to create your own chart of NPA or standard assets or doubtful assets, then try to match with the system generated. If there is a huge deviation, then obviously you have to be concerned about the quality of the branch more than anything. Okay. So these are the few points, and other tools and all. As I said, your students, you are very much aware of the resources. So you can just try to spend. In fact, I've listed down a couple of things. Let me try to share this to the branch wherever possible. So this is a couple of list of Excel functions typically where you can think of using. Let me just open up that particular file and explain. Yeah. So for each of the, let's say, branch profile, what kind of tool you can use, okay, and return on investment, what is that you can use, what are the ways of you applying a filter or concatenation, and what kind of where you can use VLOOKUP, where you can use conditional formatting. This is, of course, the lowest possible level, considering that no one is so tech savvy of using Excel and all. So try to keep it as simple as such, considering different ages. So I'll try to share this. wherein you can use these various aspects to sample or probably cross-verify. So any doubts we can please discuss. We have another 2 minutes for us. So given the time, I've tried to rush through because as I said, 1 hour, definitely it's probably Naresh is planning for some big thing, Naresh Gilli sir, so for students. So probably at that time you can make use of those things. But otherwise, I've tried to just cover whatever is possible important in terms of auditing. So otherwise, any doubts? So can we call it off a day, ma'am? Sita ma'am? Your voice is muted.
Sorry, Andy. Sorry. Please share that Excel workings in our chat box, sir.
Sure, I'll do it right away. 1 second.
And also, one question asked by our student: how to create EMI chart?
Yeah, basically it's a combination. As I said, I'll be sharing the file. It requires a couple of functions like COUNTIFS and SUMIFS. What we'll be doing is there is a concept called theoretical pay. I mean, on this day, what should have been actually paid by the customer? It includes the interest, principal, and all. So what we are going to do is I'll identify using the payment function what should have been paid by that day and what actually has customer paid. Like if I'm consolidating 3 months of the payment, because obviously if I'm considering something to be classified as NPA, I'll be going with this 3 months because 90 days is what the time limit. So any given 90 days, if the payment of theoretical pay total is less than what exactly is the total of those 3 months EMI, I'll try to use as consider as NPA. So it's a combination of VLOOKUP, it's a combination of SUMIFS and the COUNTIFS. So I'll be sharing the file. Probably you can share with them. They can go through that. I study. That should be easy for them to understand more than me explaining, because it's a formula based. Obviously, it's difficult to explain over this thing. Let me just give me a minute. I'll share these files before I miss out. What I'll do is I'll zip this entire file, ma'am. It has a couple of files, so I'll just probably share it as a zip file, and that should be comfortable. What is the next session, ma'am?
Sir, by Ravindran sir about LFR reporting and Iraq norms, but he will join in 10 minutes, sir. You can proceed and.
Okay.
Sir, actually, I mean, for those members who are doing only statutory audit, other than not doing concurrent audit, they are suffering a little bit. I mean, in technical aspects about the Finical and other softwares are there, no?
Yeah.
Sometimes, how to get grip on
See,
that?
basically, usually during these 10-15 days, the MIS department will be open, ma'am. Basically, before we go, in the audit appointment letter itself, they'll be giving those contact details. But first thing, we need to start this communication before we go to the branch. I mean, usually 5 days, 10 days before, where we'll try to get the information of MIS, the systems related, because user ID and all, we have to give this request before we go in. Because once you walk in, we know the kind of psychology play what they do, delaying in UA. So this thing initially, yeah, once before you go walk into that, you get the contact details. Before you walk into the branch, request that MIS to share all the important codes what you're looking for. Let's say I want to generate a CCOD. What is the code required? So you might throw up all the list, mail it to him, get it generated before you walk into the branch. Usually we follow that same practice. Before we walk into the branch, all the information will be ready. If not, so that will be like a discussion point before I speak about anything. Once I walk into the branch, I'll insist that first let me get this before we speak about anything further. So I'm trying to ensure whatever is required is available before I start. So that is one way of dealing with it. It's kind of an art. I mean, obviously, the way you get the information and all, it's more related to the way you convince the branch manager. And instead of walking into the branch and start convincing, better ways to start communicating even before you walk in.
And another regular doubt whether we have to mention something in MOC or not, so that if we write something in MOC.
Basically, MOC is about if there isn't a change in the classification or the provision. It's like logically, if else you are doing, it's like any other regular audit. Like say after while doing an audit, you identified that certain vouchers does not belong to the particular year or does not belong to the company or does not belong to any kind of thing. What call you will take? You will ask them to reverse those by passing a respective entries as a journal audit journal entries at the end of 31st of March for any other client. Similar to that, instead of passing those entries, we are asking these are the changes what we are requesting in the financial statements. So it's a bank which will adopt. Obviously, that will be communicated to the central statutory auditor. So they have time to run through all those things wherein they'll modify those particular finance. So just like audit journal entries, instead of post.
Very irregularities are mentioned in LFA, only in LFA. I mean,
No, it will not. If there is a change in the classification or the provision, it has to go through MOC. Otherwise, it will not impact the balance sheet. In fact, branches, that's the reason they request you to make as LFER comment. Obviously, no, they don't want to take that. So let me just share, ma'am. I'm getting a call from the other session people. Let me just.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I mean, how technically in advance can be analyzed and also to NPA can be identified without much loss of time, because statutory bank branch order should be covered in very less time. So your presentation would have definitely helpful for us, for our students. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. This is not happening through Zoom, ma'am. I can't, it's not allowing me to share through Zoom. So what I've done is I've shared it through WhatsApp to you.
Sure.
So you can please
I'll share.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vijayawada branch, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all. All the best to you, friends.
Thank you. Students, another third speaker, Ravindran sir, is going to join in 5 minutes. Let me, without loss of time, let me introduce, our student Syamala is going to introduce our third speaker, Ravindran sir. Okay.
Good evening, one and all. I am glad to introduce today's resource person, C.A.V. Ravindran from Sali. Regarding his education qualification, he is an FCA, ICAI certified DISA professional, MCOM graduate, also an insolvency professional, and registered valued certified by IBBI and qualified as independent director from Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Regarding his professional experience, he is a panel member of 29 scheduled banks, and he has carried out various kinds of bank audits like statutory bank audit, concurrent audit, revenue audit, stock audit, credit audit, inspection audit, fraud detection audit, and document vetting audit. His role as faculty. Faculty member of the following institutes: Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in certified courses on concurrent audit of banks, Southern Indian Regional Council of ICAI in bank audit, Ethical Standard Board of ICAI, Valuation of ICAI, Valuation of ICSI, Valuation of ICMA, Valuation of Institutes of Valuers, Faculty member in AII-OVF, Faculty member in programs organized by District Industrial Centers. Presented bank audit papers on various topics such as bank frauds, practical approach to bank audit, loans and advances, long-term audit reports, tax audit of banks to 29 branches of SIRC of ICAI, and the beneficiaries are chartered accountants and students who are undergoing CA course. Key role played with Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. He was the chairman of Salim branch of SIRC of ICAI in the year 2017. He was the co-opted member of Banking and Insurance Committee of SIRC of ICAI in 2019. At present, he is organizing bank audit training series for chartered accountants. Other areas covered in personal and social lives: practice in income tax, company taxation, bank audit, government society audits. One-man commission of disciplinary committee of Salim Cricket Association. Individually organized educational loan awareness seminars for students of Salim and wherein more than 7,500 people were participated, and even proud to say that no one in the entire India has organized such program. Has carried out investment awareness program for public. Has also carried out career counseling programs for CA students. Presented paper during vigilance weeks of banks in bank frauds. Has addressed bank executives of banks. Has addressed cooperative society executives on fraud and taxation. Has conducted various TV programs such as VIP interviews, loan consulting time, doctor time, etc. for local and satellite TVs. VIP's interviews include Sri P. Chidambaram, former Finance Minister of India, former Central Minister Sri EVKS Elangan and P. Radhakrishnan, Sri Veerappan, former Tamil Nadu Minister, MPs, MLAs, scientists, doctors, political leaders, Tamil Nadu Cricket Association executives, etc. Has written bank loan articles to various dials. Has participated in Hindu Tamil daily during demonetization period. At present, writing book titled Vyapara Vedangal, covering only business experience and also books on bank fraud. Has released so far 59 videos on bank audit in YouTube. Benefited by started accountants and students who are doing bank audits. Golden Club member of Times of India. Traveled more than 4 lakh kilometers during his lifetime and visited Nepal, Switzerland, Italy, Germany, Dubai, and France also. With this profile, I request C.A. Ravindran sir to present today's topic. Thank you.
Students, Ravindran sir is going to join in 2 or 3 minutes because he is in another session. Okay, before that, I would like to make an announcement. On 25th of March, Vijayawada branch, Sikasa Vijayawada branch is going to conduct Youth Fest at ICI Bhavan physically. It's a physical program only. Please join. And that Youth Fest, I think already the messages have been posted for in WhatsApp and also in Telegram. That in that Youth Fest, we are organizing competitions for dancing, singing, drama or skit, stand-up comedy, and debates, and extempore speech, and also some funny questions. It is not a competition actually. And quiz, both academic and general awareness rounds will be there. Fancy dress competition. More prizes will be there, and you will have a lot of fun because last year also we could not meet and one and all. But one thing, please maintain that COVID guidelines. Please wear the mask, and please, if you are feeling any cold or fever, please don't come and disturb others. And because it's a opportunity to enjoy, because here students, as I know, you will be very busy with practical works and also academic exams and also. So please join for that program. And Shashank, Ravindran sir has joined.
No, ma'am. He'll be joining in 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just message me. He'll be joining in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we can get some suggestions from the students who are interested in 25th. Meanwhile, they can give any interested students can.
For debate, 3 topics are there, and I think it was also posted.
Yes, ma'am. We have posted already. That is even posted.
Any other suggestions from your side? Not only that Youth First, about Youth First, any other programs you means. And we also next month we are planning one series of programs. You have already subject knowledge is there because you are studying for exams. So for practical experience, I am planning a session on ITR, filing of ITR forms, and also filing of ITR 1 to 7 it will be covered, and filing of GST returns, GSR 1, 3B, 9, 9C, 4, 4A, and GSR 7, everything will be covered. And by taking one practical demo, one client demo, it will be taken. And third session will be filing of other forms like ESA returns, PF returns, Form 1 registration, and everything. So that a fresh article student, and fourth session will be on ROC filings, MOC 4, MGT 7, AOC 4, and DPT 3, DAR, KVD, KVC, and also everything will be in ADT 1, and everything will be covered on that one. So that when a fresh article student entered into the article training period, he will be, if you see that video, in minimum knowledge will be, you will be thorough with minimum knowledge, so that if you conduct an audit or take up one or two clients, you will be expertise in that without taking much of time. Otherwise, for a article student, if he wants to get experience in that, he is taking almost 6 to 1 year time. After 1 year, if he is working for another 1 year, next he is going for exams. So even auditor is suffering, and also student is not is suffering. So to avoid that one, we plan that one. Any other sessions, any other programs in your idea?
Maybe I think audience are feeling a bit worried to talk. Maybe. So anyone if interested can talk, can raise their hand and can unmute.
Yes, definitely. It's your program.
Yes, of course. And ma'am, one more major issue what people are asking is, will there be a national conference physically? Can we expect a national conference physically this year? This is a lot of
actually we are planning for virtual program only, because some only like COVID cases are increasing then. So we are not taking risk about that.
They want at least some of the physical activities like games and like the meetings what we are conducting.
Definitely sports day will be there, and cricket tournament which also we are planning, and any other sessions you can give.
If anybody is willing to talk, you can talk, or else you can just mention anything in the chat box, so that we will take your comments and we'll tell it out. Anybody, don't feel any hesitation, because this is a meeting of students, not members.
Definitely.
Everything what we are planning is only regarding and relating to students awareness and all. So anybody who is wishing to talk, you can just raise your hand, you can unmute yourself and you can talk.
New amendments relating to SCMPE and DT. Okay.
The updates regarding to this will be given in the Vijayawada Sikasa page, in the Telegram and in the WhatsApp. Already we have
actually, Vijay sir have posted me, so I'll post that messages in the group.
You'll be getting information 1 week prior to the meetings and all. Don't worry about that. Bank audits are physical or virtual?
Physical only.
Physical.
Last time also it was conducted physical.
And they are requesting for new amendments of direct taxes. There is a comment. We need to take care of that even.
Nice idea.
And all the links what have been completed till now will be provided once the session concludes. Don't worry about that. We'll definitely provide the links of all this PowerPoint presentation and Excel sheets.
Any other suggestion?
You can give suggestions. Actually, that is what we are giving. Actually, till now we haven't given such type of things for any students. You can just come up with your ideas. What are all the thoughts that you are having regarding the planning of this committee? We request you all to take an active participation of all the activities, and just please make sure that everyone is getting actively involved. This time also remote access. Telegram. Yeah, we'll share the Telegram link in Vijayawada. Yeah, we'll share it.
Shirin ma'am.
Hi. Thanks.
Actually, we can ask the students what are the needs for the students, what are the type of programs they want to conduct.
It is only we are doing so now.
Once they express their opinions, then definitely we will plan accordingly. What are their interest programs? Mandatorily, we are coming to conduct all the programs. What are the need for the students? Sir was joined. Sir, welcome, sir.
Ravindran, sir.
Sorry, I have been delayed by 10 minutes.
No problem. Sir, we read our students have listened to your profile. So you can.
So you have read my profile, na?
Yeah.
So you said 10 minutes.
Because it is very long one, no? So
It's not long one. See, thing is, to get that profile details, you have to work for almost 35 years.
yes, sir. That's what I am saying.
And that too, you have to get a chance from ICA.
Yes,
I want to present the paper. For that, you have to work long, and you have to satisfy so many persons. Then only you will get a chance.
yes, sir. And also, thank you for.
Even I have included TN Session. I have included P. Chidambaram.
Yes, sir.
Can we go and touch P. Chidambaram? Because at the time when I introduced, he was finance minister. Now he is not a finance minister. Can we go and touch finance minister? It's not possible. But anyhow, I got the link and went there. And I have included so many VIPs. And that too, another proud moment in my life is I was chairman of Salem branch. So to reach that, there, see, almost I cleared India 1986, that is 87. But I got the opportunity to lead my channel only in the year 2017. That means 30 years I have to spend.
Okay.
To be recognized as chairman. So that's a request I want to make to all students. Now you are a student. Then after that, you have to be a member. Yes, you have to be a member. Now to enter the committee, you have to work. Then after entering the committee, you have to work to reach the top. So, and thank you very much for meeting, by reading my profile resume.
Really inspiring to our students.
Thereby you saved 10 minutes. And I think Shashikant, you have sent the mail connection to me.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
he's
How
the
many?
vice chair.
Oh, total 95 students, 95, so minus 2. And our Narendra Basra, I think, is our secretary now this year.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I think I have seen his name and I'm very, very happy. Madam, today I'm going to see, I'm addressing so many branches. Now I have to address LFAR, na?
LFAR reporting and Iraq norms and NPI provisioning. Sir.
What's the time limit that you are going to give to me?
No problem, sir. You can extend to after 7 on Insan also. No problem. It's very fortunate to have
LFAR alone requires 2 hours.
Oh.
Okay, Iraq norms requires 2 hours.
Okay.
Another thing you added, forms are.
Iraq norms and NPA provision. Just
Okay, that requires 4 hours. But you have given me only 1 hour. Okay. So only it's not, say, I want to present the paper not for namesake. When I give this is the thing you have to bear in mind. All the students, just for namesake, you don't attend the meeting. You don't attend the meeting, go home. Really, they wanted to enjoy and they want to enrich with their knowledge, they can attend. This is the thing. So I don't want to give advice because most of the students, when we give advice, they won't like. Because why this man also is giving advice, my parent is also giving advice, what to do. Okay, this is a CA. And it's a lighter sense because just now I've addressed Trichy branch and almost some 70 chartered accountants are there. And now I have to change my angle from students. I have to change my presentation from students angle. That I have presented from the members angle. So I'll maximum extent I will cover some important areas, but it's an ocean. Bank audit is an ocean. And with this, with the permission of SICASA chairperson, I want to say one thing. I have already released. This is for the benefit of the students. Even some members, if they are listening, I want to say one thing. I have already released a YouTube videos on bank audit. I have released 81 videos so far. If you go and see that YouTube, you'll be a master in bank audit because I shared all the experiences. Even I have received a lot of response from Pan India, lot of youngsters, lot of students. Even right now also one fellow asked, sir, I have received an education loan, what to do, sir? The manager is asking me to remit. So anything you can learn. So this is a added thing, and profile I would have mentioned only 59, but now the score is 81. And also another thing I'm doing at present, I think it's a request to the Sikasa chairperson. I have already started bank audit training series.
Yes, sir. I am the member of that group.
Okay. Bank audit training series. Even you can pass on this message to the students also. They can also participate. So entry is free. Now, as of now, entry is free, but there will be some paid programs. And if members they want, they can join. Otherwise, no problem. It is almost. I have received 147, 142 registrations now. Confirmed registration who have witnessed my presentation, and I have got all positive response only. And I'm almost a lot of youngsters they used to call. And it's a request to the students and one advice to the students, please. And I think Shashank has cleared the intermediate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I want you to make a request. You have to complete the examination and become a member, and you have to be the Sikasa person, Sikasa chairman for that managing committee.
Surely, sir. With your blessings, definitely I'll
Listen, with this, I am going to start with the LFAR because I want to have some rest. That's why I have talked something. And I'm going to start with the LFAR. Is my PPT visible, madam? Yeah. And before going to that, share, sir, please tell your YouTube channel, Ravindran V. YouTube channel name is Ravindran V. RAVIN alphabet here. RAVIND sorry, Ravindran V. This is my when you find last time you do it, you go and do it, wherein I have reported some 7 frauds also. Even I can teach you how to get loan from 5 banks based on 1 document. I can teach you how to get loan from 5 banks based on 1 document. That is also there. But I will not, I'm not going to share this here. And it's a long-term audit report. So this I have to take from the students. Okay. And so far, this is a piece of information I want to share to the students. Up to 31/3/2020, the chartered accountants, they have been asked to submit the long form. LFAR means long form audit report. There is a chartered accountants have been asked to submit LFAR old format up to 31/3/2020. On 5/9/2020, Reserve Bank of India has changed the LFAR format. They have added some items. They have deleted some items. They asked the chartered accountants to submit the LFAR in detail. Even according to me, I used to say in each and every meeting, up to 31/3/2020, it was a vegetarian LFAR. It's a vegetarian LFAR. The 31st March, see, as on that for the year 31/3, year ending 31/3/2021, it is called as non-vegetarian LFAR. Because the chartered accountants, they have to do the working and do the audit, and they have to give everything specifically, and all columns of filling the long form audit report is mandatory. I think before going to the next thing, I want to ask one question to the students. How many of you have seen the LFAR in the last year? Or have you heard about LFAR or not? You put it in the chat box. So madam permitted me for another half an hour extension. So I'll go up to 7:30. I'm sitting at my home. If anyone wants to leave, they can leave with the permission of the chairperson. But I have no objection. But yeah, Muskan says yes. Kaushika says yes. Only four they have answered my question. Only 4 is active. Yeah, KSR, yes. Shashank, yes. Yeah, Balakrishna, Sai Teja. Harika accepted? No, that means you are a fresher. Yeah. Okay, another question I want to ask. What is the, Yugender? No, okay. Another question I want to ask. You have seen the last year, earlier year LFAR. You have seen the LFAR, you would have read the LFAR. What are the main answers that you have find in the LFAR? What are the main way of reporting? Main way of reporting in LFAR. What is the main? Normally, when you happen to go to the bank, suppose even for the year ending 31/3/2021, you are going along with your auditor. Then you have to call for the LFAR. You just go through the previous year LFAR. You can find, according to my experience, I can say that most of the auditors, they have replied the LFAR up to 31/3/2020 as no, nil, not applicable, yes. They are not specific. They say that, have you verified the cash balance? They put yes. But this year, have you verified the cash balance? Yes, I have verified the cash vault register and everything based on which I am giving this. So you have to be specific this year. So for knowledge purpose, suppose even you are a senior would have gone for the audit, you go to the senior office, ask for the LFAR file, because all chartered accountants, they have to have the LFAR for their records. You have to ask for the LFAR and go through it. And now my suggestion is, you are a student, you go to the Google, just to type LFAR new LFAR new format, just you type it for your knowledge sake. Yeah, Sriram said copy paste is not possible this year. Yes, sir, I do agree, Sriram. I think, are you a student and a member, sir? Sriram? Sriram, are you a member or student? Yeah. You go to the Google and type LFAR new format, you will get the PDF file. You just download it, you just read it. And if you got any doubt, go and ask your senior. He will give the explanation. And you can analyze those things, and you can understand, because you are going there, you are going to help your seniors. So before going to that, you have to be thorough with the LFAR. So it's student, and you have used the word copy paste. But don't do this for the examination. Nah? You can do it for audit, but don't do it for the examination. Don't do the copy paste. And applicable, this LFAR is applicable for the financial year 2021. Okay, it is applicable. What is financial year? You have shared the same in your YouTube lecture. Okay. You have seen my YouTube. Thank you very much, Srinam. And so no, Sriram, I have not copy paste everything. Nah? I have not done any copy paste in my YouTube. This one, everything live. And this audit, you are going for the year ending 31/3/2021. Okay, it starts from 1st April 22, 31/3/21. Okay, this LFAR, new LFAR is applicable for the financial year 2021. And you have to report as per the LFAR points, you have to report specifically. Every column has to be done mandatory. Okay, this is a condition. This is a condition that RBI has given to the charter accountants. So in this year, you may be helping your seniors. So you have to go through the LFAR and see that every column is being properly reported or not. Second thing, another information I want to share, the RBI has already given the prescribed format. In the future, sometimes the central statutory auditor, we are going as branch auditors. All the branch auditors, they have to report to the bank's regional office. The bank regional office, they compile all our reports, they are handing over to the bank's head office. Bank head office, they are clubbing all LFAR and they are marking the irregularities. They are handing over the irregularities to the central statutory auditor. Then central statutory auditor is preparing the finalized, they are preparing the finalized long form audit report, and they are giving that report to the branch manager, that is bank head office. The bank in turn, they have to hand over the long form audit report to the Reserve Bank of India within 60 days. This is applicable for, as a branch auditor and as a central or statutory auditor, I want to say, but since you are a student, you should know that time limit of 60 days from the date of finalization of LFAR, the bank has to submit that report to RBI. This is an important thing that you take note of. And I'll skip some few points in LFAR because those LFAR points that is applicable to the members. So timely submission of LFAR is very, very important. So you are going for audit, you have to treat, you have to assume that you are the auditor. If you are the auditor, what questions you will ask? So you have to ask those questions to the senior and not to the officers. Because you are only a student, you are representing your auditors. So whatever question you want to make, you have to write it and ask your senior, get it clarified, and you have to help your senior to fill the LFAR. Timely submission of LFAR is very, very important. And what is ACB? ACB means Audit Committee Board. So everything has to be controlled by this. A piece of information I want to share. Everything Audit Committee Board is deciding in the bank audit. So the central statutory auditor, statutory bank as a whole, one auditor is appointed. He is called as central statutory auditor. We are all called as branch. And long form audit report which the RBI has kind of, in the form of questionnaires. So they want a specific reply. Okay, so the auditors, they have to say that yes means why yes, no means why no, why not applicable means why not applicable. You have to give the reason this time. Previously, they say that no, nil, not applicable, yes. Now this year, no means why no, you have to give the reason. Not applicable means why it is not applicable, everything you have to give. And there are questionnaire format they have prepared for the specialized branches which are dealing in foreign exchange transactions, having very large advances, recovery of NPA and clearing. For this, the RBI has already formed a separate questionnaire, and the auditors may go to foreign branches as auditor. Suppose if IOB is having a foreign branch at London, this auditor is going to London, is doing the audit. Then the report, they have to submit one copy to Reserve Bank of India, one copy to the regional office situated outside at UK. So they have to submit. But the auditors within India, they have to submit the long form audit report only to the regional office. Or as per the appointment letter, if they say that this has to be sent to the zonal office, they have to send. But if you're an auditor of a foreign branches, it is not foreign bank, it's a foreign branches, then one copy, that auditor, he has to directly send to RBI and to the foreign authorities. And here is the major 4 items. In this year, this work you can do it. Statutory branch auditor has to say that whether the branch is following bank's policy. What is bank's policy? It is not said anywhere. For this, your senior may go and ask with the branch manager, sir, can you give me a copy of bank policy? Otherwise, you are the student, you take note of it. Sir, this time they have asked about the bank's policy. So what is bank policy? Where to get? I can give you the suggestion. Even you can help your senior. Go to the, suppose if a senior is being allotted as a statutory auditor for Canara Bank, go to the branch and you ask for the bank's policy copy, they will give. and they want a specific risk this year. Auditors, they have to say that the branch has followed the bank's policy. No one knows what is bank's policy, because so far there is no such directions. This year they have included. And whether the system and process done by the head office as per the bank's policy, that also auditor has to give. And the auditor has to check the data control entries, and data control system. So for this, system audit has to be carried out. And if there is any irregularity means irregularity in advances, irregularity in deposits, everything has to be covered in the long form audit report. Long form audit report is the report wherein all irregularities, or whether all bank rules and regulations, whether entries are correct or not, everything is being covered in long form audit report. It is indirectly an inspection report given by the chartered accountant to the bank. So this is a thing you have to find this, and if the irregularity that the chartered accountant, if he has found, then that irregularity is a serious matter. Then he has to report both in long form audit report as well as the main report. So you know that if you have studied Companies Act, every chartered accountant has to give the bank, that is company's audit report. That is called as main report. There will be a lot of schedules. There will be lot of notes. If the notes are important, that notes will form part of the company's main audit report. Just like that, if there is any irregularity, if it is material in nature, the same thing the branch auditor has to report in the main report. Here they say that now it's the questionnaire part I came. Just I will explain what is this. They say that cash. What is cash? So for me, it is a cash. That means all rupee notes. But cashier, what is cash? You can offer your comment. You are a cashier of a bank. You say that the cash which you handle is a cash or not? It's a question I want to make the student, because I'll tell the modus operandi of cash verification. This will definitely help your seniors. I'll tell in a very simple manner. And before going to that, for you it is cash. For you, this is cash. For the bankers, what is this? For you, this is cash. For me, this is cash. For bankers, what is this? You can put it in the chat box. It's a very interesting question. I want to see that you are going to answer. Think students, please answer, because I'll definitely, yeah, it's a goods. Saurav said it's an inventory, asset. Sriram, it is an asset. Is it an asset of the banker? It's a borrowing. Yes. Nishant said borrowing is Kaushika said liability. See, assume that now you have not understood my question. You are the cashier of the bank. Now you handles cash. For me, it is cash. For the cashier, what is this? Or for a banker, what is this? This is a question. Yeah, it's a liability. Liability to whom? Whom you have borrowed? It's only a deposit. Deposit is cash deposit. It is there. Cash for bank. Yeah, Sriram said for bank. Yeah. Responsibility. Yes. Liability for the bank. Only when they receive the money, it's a liability. Custodian. Yeah. Contract of bailment. Custodian. Cat said it's a custodian. When you go and ask the same question with the cashier, any cashier of the bank, they say that for me, this is cash. For the cashier, this is a piece of paper. This is a piece of paper. They never say that this is cash. They say that according to them, it's a piece of paper. Only when that salary is credited, only when they withdraw the money, it is a cash for them. So if you ask this question to any cashier, he will say that It's a piece of paper. It is not a cash. So they are dealing with only with the papers, because they deal with the value of the papers. That's all. It is not value of the money, because they are the custodian. He is the custodian till he hand over the cash to the bank. So from the morning till 3:30 or 4 till they close the load, the cashiers are the custodian of paper, cash. Then after that, they have only when the salary is credited, it is called as cash for them. So here in the long form audit report, not only here, even in the previous report also, this question comes first. Whenever you go for audit, you start the audit only with the cash. Here, I will tell you there are 3 methods of cash verification. One is opening cash. So the opening cash verification means before the cash vault, before the branch opens, you have to be there. You can make the request to the branch manager, say that, sir, I want to verify the cash. So he will take you to the cash vault, and he will open the locker or bureau, and he will say that, sir, this is a cash available with us. This is a cash stock. This is a cash stock register or vault stock register. This cash stock should tally with the vault register. So you have to do the physical counting. It is not possible for you to do entire cash, because the cash is being kept for, say, some 7 almiras, some 8 almiras. You can't open all almiras. You got to open, but you have to see that cash is there, but you can't count each and everything. So something you have to do some test check. Okay. So the cash should tally with the cash vault register in the opening cash. Closing cash. Next one is closing cash. This is a method of verification of cash, I am telling, because you are there to verify the cash. How to carry out the verification. In the closing cash, after the cashier closed the cash, he say that, sir, I have closed the cash, you come and verify. So you can go to the cashier cabin and you can verify the cash physically. That type of verification is called as closing cash. Third one item. This method is called as cover method. Suppose if you have reached the branch by 11:30 or 12, at that time the branch would have opened the branch. Cash transactions already been taken. But when you say this to the branch manager that, sir, I want to verify the cash, then the branch manager say that, no, sir, we have already started the operation. It is not possible for you to verify the cash now, but you can verify the closing cash. But I can say that, yes, sir, without disturbing your business, without disturbing the entire business process, I will verify the cash. I will tell the modus operandi. Just watch. This is going to be the base for your future in case if you become the auditor, chartered accountant. And if you have been allotted bank audit, then you can get the audit. You can do this verification. See, you explain to the manager that, sir, you go to the manager cabin, cashier cabin. So just watch, just for 2 minutes, within 2 minutes, you can be a master in cash verification. Go to the cashier. Then you instruct the manager to pull at random, say 2,000 rupees notes, 500, 100, 50, 20, 10 at random. You just pull it. You don't know the candidate. You don't know the candidate. Even the manager, he didn't know the quantity. Even the cashier is not in a position to know the quantity. You pull at random and you collect all cash and put that in your cover. In your blank cover, you have to put it. See, this is the cover. Okay. Now this is the pulled cash. What this is, you have to open the cover and put the cash inside. Okay. After putting the cash, then you have to paste it, sealed it. Then you have to put your signature. Manager, he has to put the signature, and this cover has to be handed over to the cashier, because you are not supposed to take the cash outside the cash cabin during the business hours, because only when because it is the responsibility of the cashier. Okay, this is the method of verification. Okay, I have taken cash, put every cash into the cover, sealed it, signed it, and hand over the cash to the cashier. Then you can go and do some other do. In the evening, the manager, the cashier, he will close the cash. Okay, he will close the cash. When they close the cash, that cashier will find a deficit in cash balance, physical cash balance, with the entries in the book. The difference, there will be definitely a difference, because you are taken some money and you have put it in the cover. In the evening, you can ask the cashier, so what is the cash difference? He say that 1,42,500. Okay, now you can request the cashier, sir, kindly open the cover and check what is the amount that is being put into the cover. If the money that is being put into the cover is 1,42,500, then the deficit is 1,42,500. That means cash is tallied. So this method is called as cover method. It's a very, very important thing, because few senior chartered accountants know this technique, but you are a student, you are going to help the auditors, so you have to see this. You have to see this type of verification. Okay, this is third method. And I want to say, because you are there to report the LFAR with reference to cash. Now, what are the records that you have to verify before giving reply to this point number 1? I mean, A, B, C, D. There are 4 points in cash. What are the registers that you have to verify? One is vault cash register, because in the vault they have some cash register. So that thing you have to see. Second one is counter cash register, because cashier, he will maintain one cash register. And for ATM, you know that all banks, they have got ATM. For the ATM, there is separate register called, that is ATM register. Fourth one is cash in transit. Sometimes one branch sends cash to the next branch, because that branch wants cash, this branch has got surplus, they will send the cash. Sometimes the cash they have to send to the chest branch. What is chest branch? Is the chest branch is the it holds just like a main cash branch. All the branches, they are sending cash to the chest branch. So they are sending the cash from here to next branch. That is called as cash in transit. For that, one register is there, that is called as cash in transit register. Then key movement register. So this register you have to ask, because this is applicable for point number A. You have to ask for key movement register. What is key movement register? We have got this is a key for the bank. There are two types of keys like this. There are two keys like this. So this has to be kept in the joint custody. You are holding one key, I am holding one key. Because without your knowledge, I cannot open. Without my knowledge, you cannot open. So this is called as joint custodian of keys. This has to be properly recorded in the key movement register. And you have to verify whether those persons' names have been clearly mentioned in the key movement register or not. Suppose if anyone goes on leave, he has to hand over the keys to someone. Then when he leaves, he will put his signature. The person who takes over the key, he will put his signature. This is everything. It will be clearly mentioned in the key movement register. Next register is cash, and the next, it's not a register. Next thing you have to ask is cash retention limit. What is cash retention limit? Cash retention limit is the limit which every branch they have to maintain. That is the maximum balance that you have to maintain. If they say that their branch has to maintain 10 lakhs, So only to the extent of 10 lakhs, the head office has made the insurance. If the balance exceeds 10 lakhs, insurance coverage is not applicable for the bank. So you have to ask for the retention limit letter from the branch manager. Normally, the branch manager is say that we are not having any letter copy of towards explaining the retention limit, but he will tell openly. If they say openly with oral, if they say that, you ask the manager to commit it in writing that the branch has got the retention limit of 10 lakhs, but we are not having the copy of the retention limit order. And next question you have to ask, where is the insurance policy? What is the insurance? See, where is the insurance policy available for the cash holding? Normally what the head office do that for the bank as a whole, they will take the insurance policy as a whole. So they are having the copy. The branch managers, they have to be provided with the Xerox copy of the insurance policy. Normally, the head office people, they are not sending the Xerox copy. They are retaining the original copy at the head office level. The manager say that I am not having the copy of the insurance policy. If they say whatever they say in orally, you have to ask the manager to give it in writing. You don't ask, you have to give this information to your senior. The senior in turn, he has to ask. You don't go and ask the manager, sir, you give evidence for insurance policy, you give evidence for retention. Don't do that. You are there to, you are a student, you are there to help the chartered accountant. You are there not to make any questions to the branch managers, any question to the branch officers. Why, Sriram? Kindly, can you change the slides? Why? Sriram, you said kindly, can you change the slides? Why? So everything you have to go through the seniors only. Next, we are going for the answers to the questions. Does the system ensure the cash maintained is effective and joint custody of 2 or more officials, as per the instructions of the controlling authorities of the bank? Who has to? This you can see from the key movement register. That's why I said, they say that whether the keys have been in the joint custody or not, this you can find from the key movement register. Yeah, I have not changed. Now you are able to verify. You are able to see me. You are able to see the presentation. Verify. Thank you for the note. Okay. Verify the key movement register. Yeah. Here, one thing I want to say to the students, fellow students, I have to present the paper from the student angle and not from the member angle. The role is entirely different for me. So that's why I'm going very slowly. So first thing, you have to see the key movement register, then verify the signature with the cash stock register. Okay. Next question is, have the cash balance at the branch and ATMs being checked at periodical intervals as per the procedure prescribed by the controlling authorities. See, here I want to say one thing. Cashier normally handles the cash and one officer is there because it's a joint custody. They deposit the cash into the vault. Right? The head office of the bank, they say that the branch manager, the branch manager has to verify the cash once in a month or once in a quarter, as per the instruction given by the controlling authorities. So this you can find from the cash vault register. You go and ask them, sir, can you give the cash vault register? In the cash vault register, you can find the date on which the branch manager has signed. Yeah, sir. Okay, Kishore. Anyway, see, Kishore has downloaded the latest LFIR format. If the student, they want to download, they can download it. Otherwise, you go to the Google and type LFIR new format. You will get. So thank you, Kishore, and it's a very good exercise you did. And here you have to go and verify the cash vault register. There you can find the signature of the manager on what date they have signed. You have to take note of it, and that point you have to give in your report. They say that it's a periodical intervals. What is periodical intervals? You can ask the manager, sir, have you verified the cash once in a month or once in a quarter, once in a half year, and who are all verified? Sometimes the cash has to be checked by the other branch officials. They have to come. So everything that you can find from the verification of cash vault register, because they have to go inside the vault and they have to verify the cash. And another information I want to say is, whenever you are doing cash verification, you have to do the cash verification in front of the officer. When the officer, sometimes they say that, sir, I have to sign the demand draft, I have to go out, and you do the cash verification. If they say that, you have to also come out. You have to do the cash verification only in the presence of the users. So check the cash stock register. And what is the gap of inspection? Suppose sometimes they say that the inspection has to be carried on 29th of February. Next day they will do on 1st March, they do the cash verification. If that is there is no gap. February is done. March is done. No, you have to do the verification once in a month. This 30 days should have passed between one inspection and another inspection. And you have to see whether the officials, they have signed the cash vault register or not. Next thing is, does the branch generally maintain and carry cash balances which vary significantly from the limit fixed by the controlling authorities? This is where I want to say that this, you have to have cash retention limit. You should have got the letter from the manager say that you have to ask for the cash retention limit letter. And there's a closing balance available in the vault register. You have to come say the cash retention limit is 10 lakhs. Suppose what are the dates the cash has exceeded 10 lakhs, you have to take note of all the dates and you have to give a report stating that for the following dates, cash, the outstanding balance of cash has exceeded the cash retention limit. This you have to give it in point number C1. So it is your duty as a student. You have to ask for the cash vault register. You know the cash retention limit. Cash retention limit is 10 lakhs. Outstanding balance is 12 lakhs. On 4th of February, you take on 4th of February, the balance has exceeded the cash retention limit. This point you have to give in the report in C1. And point number C2, does the figure of the balance in the branch book in respect of cash with its ATM tally with the amount? So it's nothing but the bank has got the cash balance register. Okay, you have verified the cash. Now, in ATM also they are having the cash. So here you have got the ATM register. You have to take note of the ATM register balance. You go to the ATM and ask the officials to get the balance of cash that is there in the ATM. Because you are not allowed to take the printout. It is the officer's duty. They have to take it because you will not have access to take the printout from the ATM for the bank. But you have access to take the printout for your account and not for the bank. So you take the printout, you see whether the balance stated in the ATM register and the balance stated in the ATM machine tally. If it is tallied, okay. If it is not tallied, then you can ask the officer and manager, sir, you have to do the reconciliation work. We know that in accounts, one statement called bank reconciliation statement. It's the same exercise you have to do, not you, the branch. They have to do the reconciliation work. Then they have to give to you, and your senior has to verify whether the reconciliation between the ATM cash register and ATM balance have been rectified or not, and what will be the probable reasons. This you have to verify, and this is a specific report the auditor has to give in point number C2. And now IFA asset side, you have to ask for the insurance policy that I've already explained and compare that with cash balance. Because for say you are in, I think you are in Delhi, you have gone for audit. Okay, in that, what is the cash balance? What is the retention limit? What are the dates the cash has exceeded the retention limit? What is the insurance coverage that is being given to the branch? Say it is 10 lakhs. If the outstanding balance is 12 lakhs, that means to the extent of 2 lakhs, insurance cover will not be there. If anything goes wrong, if there is any dacoity movement has taken place, the insurance coverage is available only to the extent of 10 lakhs and not to the extent of 12 lakhs. So this thing you have to see and you have to give this reply in this point. Now, this portion I'll skip because as even for general purpose, I will tell bankers, they are allowed to open account with Reserve Bank of India, State Bank of India, other banks. Because suppose if it is an Indian Overseas Bank, they can open account with the RBI. They can open account with the State Bank of India for other purposes due to some treasury operations. They can open this account. The opening account with RBI, SBI, and other banks, it has to be authorized by the controlling authorities. Okay, I have opened the account. You are the customer. I will talk from your end. You have opened the account. You know the balance. But sometimes bankers, what they will do some charges. They will reduce your balance. So what you ask, sir, can you give me the statement copy? Just like that, you have to ask, you have to see that the branch has obtained statement copy of accounts for the period from 1/4/2020 to 31/3/2021. You have to ask for the statement and you have to cover whether the closing balance stated in the bank's account tallies with the statement given by RBI, SBI, and other banks. If there is any difference, then you have to ask the branch head to do the reconciliation. This work has to be done by the branch. This reconciliation has to be verified by your senior and he has to cover in his report that the reconciliation is done. I accepted the reconciliation. He has to give a specific report. It is available for the treasury operations. Now we are moving to money at call and short notice. So I want to suggest one thing. You go to the bank's balance sheet. That first column cash, second column is balance with other banks. Third column is investment at call and short notice. It is nothing but, see, IOB has got a sufficient excess cash, excess money in his account. But IOB of a particular branch, they are not able to give loans to the partner. So they have to make interest payment to the depositors. But to offset the loss, what they will do, they will make small deposit for a small period, say for 7 days, 14 days, 30 days. To make the deposit, they have to get the permission from the controlling authorities. Who is called controlling authorities? The branch is being controlled by the regional office, zonal office. So the branch manager has got no power to make the investment with other bank. So if head office say that you can make the investment, the banker can make the investment. All those entries are coming under money at call and short notice. Then you have to ask for the register. Sir, can you give the register for money at call and short notice? There you can take note of it. Yes, the deposit is made, interest is received. Everything, it will be there. And you have to ask for the closing balance confirmation. Then if the balance is tallied, okay. If it is not tallied, then you have to ask the manager to go and do the reconciliation work and ask him to give the work, reconciled paper to you. This is what I want to say with reference to money at call and short notice. The fourth one is sometimes the branch is situated outside India. So on outside India, you are the manager. You assume that you are the manager. Though you are a student, you assume that you are the manager. You are there. But the head office say that the surplus funds of your branch, you can purchase any investment. You can purchase securities. You can sell securities, say shares. because they don't want to lose the money. So purchase of investment. So you can buy a bond that country. So you can sell the bond at that country anytime. But for this, the branch will be provided with some delegated powers. Delegated power means a manager has got the power only to this extent. It depends on the scale of the manager. What is the scale of the manager? Scale of the manager means the category. Scale 1 is called as assistant manager. See, when you happen to go to the bank, if you see that assistant manager is scale 1. They put branch manager in the board, they will put branch manager is called as scale 2. Next category is senior manager, scale 3. Chief manager, scale 4. Assistant manager, scale 5. DGM, deputy general manager, scale 6. General manager, scale 7. According to the scales, the head office has fixed the delegated power. Scale 2 manager can sanction the loan only up to this. He can make the deposit up to this. He can purchase, he can sell only to this. Scale 3, scale 4. So according to the category, according to the scales, the head office has fixed the norms. You can go to that. This is called as delegated power. So purchase and sales can be done with the delegated power. If the manager has got the power, he can make the investment within his delegated powers. Then you made a deposit. Suppose you go to the bank, if you are making deposit, suppose if your mother says that your mother has given the money, say 1 lakh, you go and make the deposit. In whose name you will make deposit? You have to make the investment or deposit only in name of the mother and not in your name, because that money does not belong to you. So if you invest on behalf of the mother, the deposit receipt will be issued in the name of the mother and not in the name of it. The same case is like this. If the head office wants to make the investment, the deposit receipt should contain the name of the head office. All the interest that is being earned from that deposit is the property of head office and not the property of branch. So in whose name the investment is made, that you have to see, and you have to see the certificate deposit. If the manager says that, sir, I have made investment of 20 lakhs, then what you have to ask immediately, sir, where is the deposit receipt? If the manager has not produced the deposit receipt, then you have to cover that point in your report. Say that, sorry, I have not verified the deposit receipt, you have not produced, so I am going to give you a comment in the LFAR. Because if you ask for the deposit receipt, if the deposit receipt is not being produced by the branch manager, then it's a serious matter. This has to be reported in the auditor's main. So you are there to help the manager, help the seniors. You have to take note of it. If you don't, even I want to share one of the experience here. Whatever questions you ask, whatever reply the manager has given, everything you have to convey this to the auditor. Sometimes you would have asked a very good question, there might be some fraud, but the managers say that, sir, there is no such thing. We are following the rules. But when they say that we are following the rules, sir, can you provide that what are the rules that you are following? You have to ask the question. Because if they say negligently, if they say reluctantly, or if they say carelessly, that point you have to report to your senior. Because the seniors, they have to decide whether the question is correct, whether the answer is correct, everything the senior has to decide. The investment has to be done as per the RBI norms, and you have to see that the deposits have matured, overdue, but not encashed. Why those deposits have been matured? Why those deposits have not been cashed? Now, another exercise I want to do. So, first thing you have done for cash verification. Next one, when you go to the branch, you have to verify the jewel packets also. Till the mode, verify the jewel packets. Normally, a jewel, when you go to the bank, jewel loan will be sanctioned. Then all the jewels they put in a cover, cloth cover, or sometimes some branches they put in the transparent packet. If it is in transparent packet, okay, you can count the packet very fast. But if it is put in the cloth bag, you are not able to see the jewels, ornaments openly. So if you want to see it, you have to open every back and you have to do it. But during the statutory audit, don't open the jewel packets. There, jewel stock register is there, and you have to count the jewel packets tray-wise because it is there in the tray. It has been kept in the tray. For each and every tray, there is one bin card or one note wherein they put the stock. So each and every tray, you have to verify whether the tray stock tallies with the physical count of the packets. Normally, what we are doing, we used to count the packets at a very fast rate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't do it. See, this is an exercise you have to remember till you complete your entire profession. See, till death. This exercise you have to remember. One thing, you have to touch the packet. So just watch my hands. You have to touch the packet, sense the packet, whether something is inside or not. Feel the packet, it's a jewelry or not. Then count. Touch, sense, feel, and count. This is the slogan for jewelry verification. So this exercise you have to carry out while you are doing the verification of jewels. In the jewel verification, what are the registers that you have to see is jewel loan stock register, tray-wise stock register, and you have to see the jewel loan application alike, and as well as jewel loan closed. You have to verify the jewel loan closed application also, and normally you have to verify the auction register. One second. Okay, now time is 7:15. You have to go and verify the auction register. So you have to see whether the auction is being done properly or not, whether everything is recorded, whether notice has been sent, whether proper advertisement is being done. Everything you can see from the auction register. Can you take note of it? You have to verify the auction register. Next one is you have to verify the appraiser register, appraiser appointment letter, whether the appraiser appointment is within the time limit or not. This will be included in the audit program. Okay. Next, we are going to the very important head of advances. Here, this is the format. You have to verify this year total of 10% of advances, aggregating of funded and non-funded. Funded advances and non-funded advances. Here I want to say one thing because I want to explain what is funded advance. Funded advance is an advance wherein there is an immediate outflow of money from the bank to the customer. Fund goes from the bank to the customer. All those advances are called as funded advance. What is non-funded advance means? The bank has given assurance that in case the borrower has not fulfilled some condition, we guarantee that we will make the payment to you. There is no immediate outflow of fund. Okay, this is called as non-funded advance. So here they say that this year they have to verify 10% of total funded and non-funded advances or 10 crores of advances, whichever is less. That means if the branch has given total advance of 400 crores, then take 10%. It works out to 40%. Or 10 crores, whichever is less. So the auditor has to verify all those advances exceeding 10%. The 10 crores, they have to do 100% verification. And for the others, it has to be done on test check basis. Here I want to explain the basic terms that are being used in the advances. Because for want of time, I will go fast, but this class requires minimum of 2 hours, 2.5 hours. One thing, it is there in the sanction letter. You happen to see funded advance and non-funded advance. Next one is primary security and collateral security. Primary security is the security created out of loans given by the bank to the customer. If the loan is given to buy a machinery, then machinery is called as primary security. If the loan is given to buy the stock and to meet the debtors, then stock and debtors are called as primary security. All this primary security. If the loan is given to buy a house or to construct a house, then that house is called as primary security. Collateral security. In order to avail the primary security, the bank manager, what they will ask, sir, can you give any other immovable property other than the primary security? Those immovable properties which have been offered as the security to the bank towards a loan, those securities are called as collateral security. This is the second term. Then third term is term loan and working capital. This also you have to know. Term loan is the loan given to buy the machinery or to buy the or to construct a land and building, that is factory land and building, and to buy a vehicle. So if any loan is being repaid, because term loan, out of term loan you can buy a capital asset. Okay, the capital asset you have to buy out of term loan. This term loan has to be repaid in equal installments or installments as prescribed by the head office. This is called as term loan because it's a term, every month you have to repay. So this is called as term loan. And working capital loan. Working capital loan is the loan given to the customer to meet the working capital expenditure in the form of stock, debtors, to meet the labor payment, to meet the electricity bill, everything the manager, the bank they are giving. This is called as working capital loan. Term loan is valid for 5 years or 7 years as per the sanction letter, but working capital loan is valid for 1 year or 2 years as per the sanction letter. It has to be renewed. It has to be renewed. This is called as working capital loan. These then they say that it's a priority sector advances and non-priority sector advances, because when you read the sanction letter, because sanction letter is the base to verify the advances. They say that it's a priority sector and non-priority sector. Priority sector means government is giving importance to the priority sector activities, say in the form of industry, say in the form of trade, say in the form of agriculture, because that will develop the country's economy, that will boost the standard of living of the people of India or any country. This is because this loan is very much important. They give the importance to priority sector advances, whereas the non-priority, this is not important, but they will give the loan. In case of real estate development, say apartment promotion is coming under non-priority sector. But if you buy a house from the apartment, that comes in priority sector. So this is a way in which you have to identify the loans. When you happen to go and see the sanction letter, you can see these words. That's why I explained. Now, I will go to the another thing, and the auditor has to give specifically, and if anything is important, then they have to report to the management or they have to report to the central statutory auditors. Yes. Now this year they say that you have to offer the critical comments. Suppose if you are not satisfied, then you have to give the critical comment, and this report is required for all your verification. Almost you have to report in the working purpose. So I'll go to this slide. I think, is it visible? So you have to report account number, account name, total fund as per funded advance, total fund as per non-funded advance, and you have to give the quantified, how many accounts you verify, everything you have to give here. Last year, this format is not there. Okay, here, what is the risk that is the auditor is taking? See, I'll tell the shelter that is being taken by the auditor is, I have tested the item up to 31/3/2020. I say that I have tested the item. On test check, I found all those accounts are correct. But this year, they want the auditor to commit it in writing that they have done the test check. If they have done the test check, the auditor has to verify all the test check item at 100%. Okay, they have to do this. So this is a very, very dangerous item which the LFAR has given. Here, now I am going to cover the entire advances in a very, very simple manner. In a very, very simple manner. My presentation almost ends after this presentation because LFAR is going to be the base. Now, you think that you want loan. What you do, you will go to the manager, branch manager. You go to the branch manager, manager say that, okay, sir, you produce all your KYC number. What is KYC number? You can type it. I think you should know this term. KYC. What is KYC? Friends, students, can you put it in the chat box? Know your customer. Know your customer. Yeah. You should know the customer. How? It will be in the form of PAN card, Aadhaar card, passport, driving license, voter's ID, all are included in the KYC. Suppose you go and ask the manager, sir, I want loan. What they will do? Manager, he will ask, okay, you give your KYC. The manager has received the KYC, then he will get the CIBIL report out of this KYC. Then he has seen the CIBIL report. CIBIL report is the report given by the CIBIL to the bank, say that this person has borrowed this amount, he is a regular party, he is a defaulted party, everything will be there in the CIBIL report, and there is a score. Say this person has got score of 400, 500, 600, 700. In this manner, they will put the score. If the score is more than 600 and above, the manager, they consider that loan, that person's application. If the score is below 650, then they say that 500 to 650, only the regional office, they have to give permission. The score is less than 500, that means he is not a credit-worthy party. So credit-worthy party can be noted through CIBIL. Yeah, he has received a CIBIL, he has got the CIBIL copy, he has gone through it, he is very much satisfied. Then the manager, he will go for inspection to the unit. Okay, he will go for the inspection to the unit. And if the manager satisfies that, okay, the party is good, the location is good, he is capable of doing the business, after the satisfaction, then he will hand over the loan application to the party. Then the loan application, the party has to fulfill. So what are the enclosures that the party has to give is, it depends on the status. First thing, KYC. If it is an individual PAN and other. If it is a firm, partnership form deed, form registration, firm PAN and partner's PAN and everything. If it's a limited company's PAN, then memorandum of association, ROC registration, everything they have to go. And as well as it's a limited company, you have to get the DIN, Director Identification Number. So everything the party has to submit along with auditor's balance sheet. If it is already, it's an existing concern, the party has to submit the audited balance sheet plus provisional statement plus projection statement plus CMA statement. Then apart from that, the party has to submit all the licenses. Suppose if it is a pollution, if the unit is a pollution oriented unit, they have to get, the party has to produce a clearance from the pollution board. If it is a hotel industry in ITDC, that is tourism and development certificate, they have to produce along with the application. So all the licenses, factory licenses, PF, gratuity, and all licenses the borrower has to submit along with the application. Then if it is, there is a, they have to produce the legal opinion, they have to produce the valuation. Yes, all the legal opinion along with the Xerox, along with the originals, they have to hand over to the manager. Then the manager, on receipt of everything, next step what he will do, because he has inspected the building, inspected the project, he is satisfied with the project. Now here the application, the party has submitted the application. Based on the application, the manager, he will prepare process note. Process note is nothing but a note of details about the borrower. This process note has to be filled by the branch manager as per the bank's rules and regulations. In the process note, he will incorporate everything that this party is eligible to get the loan because of the following working. Plus, he is not a defaulter of RBI. His name is not included in the willful list of the borrower, willful list of the RBI, and he is not a fraudulent person as the name is not being reflected in the RBI list. So everything he has to do the process note. He has to mention the process note. At the end, he said, suppose if the power, if the loan sanction power is within his powers, then he say that I sanction 10 lakhs. Okay, now sanction is done. If the power is not within him, he has to forward this process note to the regional office. Then regional office, they have to process and they have to give the sanction letter to the branch. Yes, now sanction letter is ready. Then what the manager he will do, he will ask the party to come and execute the loan documents. Sir, we are ready to sanction you 10 lakhs. You come with you, and if the guarantor is there, he will ask that guarantor has to come to the bank. They have to execute the loan documents. So here, the student plays a very, very important role. Sometimes the auditor say that please go and verify the documentation. Documents. What are the documents? Legal opinion, title is application itself is a document. But you have to verify the pronotes. So the bank has to get the documents on the facility wise. Sometimes the loan will be sanctioned for term loan. Sometimes the loan will be sanctioned for working capital loan. For each and every facility, the bankers, they have to get the documents. Then after getting the documents, then the party has to go and register and create a mortgage before sub-register. Then after mortgage, he will create a mortgage. The borrower, he will hand over the document to the manager. Then manager, he will sanction that he will sanction and give credit of 10 lakhs to the parties account. Thereby, he has withdrawn the money. So this is the process of credit appraisal. Next one, now credit loan is being sanctioned. After that, the bank, they have to appraise the customers. They have to review the transaction of the party, whether the party is operating the account as per the sanctioned terms and conditions. The bank say that every credit has to come to the bank. The party has to go and remit the money into the account. If it is not there, then the same thing the auditor has to do. This is the normal thing which I want to say about the normal thing which I want to say about the loan application. And Nishant asked also how to check the authenticity of working capital loan. What is pronote? Can you explain? Yeah, Sriram, you asked a very, very interesting question, but you asked about what is the promissory note. Okay, pronote. It is actually you should not give gap pro dash notes. It is one word. It is pronote. Now I'll tell the answer to Nishant. The authenticity of working capital. So in the profile, they say that the party is doing some business. For that, working capital is required. In the working capital, to what extent working capital is required? If the business needs, say, 15 lakhs. So 15 lakhs of working capital is required. Then this 15 lakhs has to be met by the party. If the party is not having fund, they will approach the bank, say that, sir, I need working capital term loan. So this, he said, what is the authenticity of working capital? There is no question of authenticity, but the manager or the auditor, when they go for inspection, the working capital loan should be properly invested into the stock and debtors. So this is the authenticity. But working capital loan has to be, working is the important towards working capital loan. There should not be any fund diversion. If the fund diversion is there, then the loan which has been given towards working capital is a fraudulent one as per the Reserve Bank definition. So the fund should not be diverted. The business activity should be there. It should be invested in stock and debtors. So everything has to be properly analyzed in the process note. So this year, whenever you are going for audit, you have to ask for the process note. For knowledge purpose, you read some 1 or 2 process note. Thereby, you are gaining some knowledge. And Sriram asked about pro note. Can you explain? It is not pro note. It is pro note. One word. So what is pro note means? Wherever you go and borrow any loan, you have to say that I promise to pay the amount on such and such date. I borrowed a amount of 10 lakhs. I promise to pay the amount on any date with the following interest rate whenever you demand. This type of declaration is included in the pro note. A pro note is valid for a period of 3 years because this is an undertaking given by the borrower to the bank that I acknowledge the debt. So this is called as pro note. Okay. A pro note is valid for 3 years. Then before 3 years, the bank once again they have to get another pro note. Otherwise, this document cannot be enforced before court of law towards recovery. Okay. This pro note, if it is obtained before 3 years, that new pro note is called as per the banking terms, it is called as acknowledgement of debt or revival letter. The revival letter or acknowledgement of debt varies from bank to bank. It is nothing but additional pro note in support of the existing pro note. So this is the thing you have to remember, and I'll tell a very interesting fraud. I'll tell a very interesting fraud, and Sriram asked, okay, thanks, 75% on 25% on debtors on working capital. How I cross check in bank and see. In the sanction letter, they mentioned that out of 100 rupees stock, 25 rupees belong to the customer. That is called as margin money. So the loan will be sanctioned to the extent of 75%. For this, you have to call for the stock statement. In that stock statement, the borrower say that we have got total stock of this less the creditor, because the paid stock you have to calculate. It is not total stock. In the total stock, you have to deduct sundry creditors. Then remaining balance is called as paid stock. In the paid stock, the borrower should have invested 25%. So you have to remove 25%. The remaining 75% is the bank's funds. And debtors, it is normally not 25% on debtors. Normally, it is 60% on debtors. So out of total debts, the borrower is eligible to get loan of 60% or 75%. This is called as debtor finance. This you can verify from the bank's project. Bank's loan sanction letter. You can verify the margin. Okay, I'm just going to wind up the session with a very interesting case which I found in jewel verification. So I have gone, it's a fraud. It's a fraud I have noted, and you can see the end. What is the end result? Just see. So I have gone for statutory audit, and I have given my letter, just like you. I have gone to the manager, say that I came for the audit. Then manager allotted me a very big room. Sir, please go and sit in that room. My officer, he will come, he will do everything, and he will help you, this and that. Then after we entered that room, one fellow came and he said, sir, do you need coffee or tea? Another thing I want to share to the students, don't ask coffee or tea, snacks, non-vegetarian food, vegetarian food with the branch managers, with the branch official. Whatever you want to ask, you go and ask your senior. And don't ask for any tour. Sir, beach is nearby, sir, I want to go. I will not allow, because you are under my custody. Because I am a chartered accountant, you are coming to the audit on behalf of me. If anything goes wrong to you, then I will be the responsible person. I will not allow my staff or my articles to go for any picnic. But in the night, if they want to go to any cinema theater, I will go. And sometimes few students, they say that, sir, I'll go for some 10 minutes out and come back. I won't allow. Because what they will do, they will go to the bar and they drink and go. See, till completion of audit, they are my slave. I will not allow. Because you are a student. When you became the senior, when you became the member, you know the same practical problems. But there, you are there to help the members. Here I went to the audit. One fellow came and he asked me, do you want coffee or tea? I said, why? Who are you? Next question I asked, who are you? I said, sir, I am the jewel appraiser. I am taking care of everyone. That means he is spending money to the persons who have visited the branch and out of his own pocket. Who is he to make the payment to me? Who is he to offer coffee at me? I said, okay, you are the jewel appraiser, you can go and do your duty. Then what I did, I changed my entire audit plan, saying that my staff, I instructed all my staff to go and verify all the jewel application, jewel verification, closed, open, everything I asked them to verify in the form of weight, in the form of multiplication, everything. And then I have found out when they did the exercise, sir, just now you stressed the word fund diversion. To what extent the borrower is allowed to utilize the funds in working capital loan other than for the purpose of mentioned the loan, borrower obtains CC loan to purchase a paddy. Yes, it is allowed, but is he eligible to use the funds for daily expenditure incurred during? Yes, that is also allowed. He is allowed to buy the paddy. There is no fund diversion, provided if he has obtained under agricultural loan category. Second one is this. For daily wages also you can utilize fund. That is what CC's loan is being sanctioned. In case the borrower out of CC fund, yes, purchase a house property, this is called as fund diversion. Okay. So if the purpose for which the loan is sanctioned, the borrower has to utilize from the CC loan. If he has purchased any house property, it is called as fund diversion. In case from the CC account, if he has given and settled his outside loan, that is also called as fund diversion. Here I asked my staff to check all the jewel loans, and at the final I came to know that I found that there was a fraud of 87 lakhs in the jewels. There was a fraud of 87 lakhs in the form of shortage of stock in the jewel packets. Then some other irregularity which I am not supposed to reveal. So in this manner, I have found out a fraud of 87 lakhs. This I have reported to Reserve Bank of India. As per the norms of appointment, I have to report this to Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India and the bank's head office, they came to the bank and they have conducted the verification. They found that 1,48 lakhs was the fraud amount. It is not 87 lakhs. But in my report, I say that on test check, it is 87 lakhs. So I am safe. And they found out of 1,48 lakhs. 1,48 lakhs. They call the appraiser, they call the officer. Every officer has responded. And when they called and inquired the appraiser, he was shocked. Then what he said, sir, I'll go for lunch. I'll go for lunch and come back. I'm here. I will come and explain all the thing to you. He is 6 feet and 600, more than 6 feet 4 inches. Yes, God. And he is a heavily built person. He is wearing all white and white and dhoti. He went home and he has never returned to the branch. This is the climax. This is the climax I want to tell. I have reported a fraud of 87 lakhs. The Reserve Bank team and head office, they have found out a fraud of 1,48 lakhs. They had discussion with the branch official. Branch official, they have given the answer. But when they inquired the appraiser, he said, I will go home and come back. I want to go for lunch. Then they said that, okay, we have to go for lunch, you go there. At around 4:30, also that appraiser has not returned. The manager has sent the substaff to the appraiser's house, wherein that person, that substaff has found that appraiser has hanged himself and he committed suicide. This is the climax. Who has reported the fraud? It's me. Who has made the inquiry? It's the Reserve Bank of official, Reserve Bank of India official, as well as bank. Bank. This appraiser is committed suicide. Now you are the auditor. I want answer from you. Now you are the auditor. Based on your report, they made the inquiry. On the basis of inquiry, this appraiser has committed suicide. Who is responsible for it? Who is responsible for his death? You can give an answer in the chat box. This is an interesting thing which every student, every chartered accountant should know. A person has committed suicide based on your report. Who is responsible? Whether it is the auditor is responsible, whether the RBI official is responsible, branch is responsible, or who else? Kishore said manager is responsible. Okay, who is the thief? Who is the thief? It's the appraiser. Whether manager is responsible for the commitment, and Sriram said appraiser. Okay. Next one. Next, any answer other than this? He himself responsible. Ravi Kumar Reddy said, yeah, he is himself jointly fraud. Oh, Manikanda, you are the proper person to become an chartered accountant. So a person has committed suicide, so auditor is responsible. So you made me to go to the prison. Beautiful answer. Himself, since he has done wrongful, and auditor, RBI done that duties. Yeah, Sriram. Okay. You saved me from Manigandan, I replied. No? Sriram, you saved me from the Manigandan reply. Anything, any answer other than this? Okay. Since for one time, I'm just stopping my question. Neither the auditor nor RBI inspector. Yeah, Shah Ganesh, you are correct. So the auditor role ends. Auditor is there to find the fraud. Auditor is there to verify the accounts. Okay. And still I remember Manigandan answer. Now still I never forget his name, because he already thought that the chartered accountants, they have to go to prison if they find the fraud. And the super reply given by Manigandan. Can you come in video, Manigandan? I want to see you, because I want to. I want to see your face. Okay, if any auditor has given the report, you have to forget about the future happenings. An auditor role ends whenever he has submitted the report. You need not bother about what has happened later, because he is the appraiser. Appraiser is known to, he was known to everyone in that place. He is a very influenced person, but on fraud. He has got huge money. Then he committed suicide. So the question, that is the death of the appraiser, is it is one mistake. There was no one to be commented. There is no one to be pointed towards this thing. So auditor, RBI, managers, they are not responsible, because they have done their duty. So the responsibility of hanging by the appraiser, it is own risk. It is auditor and others, they are not responsible for it. And this is the thing. And most of my friends at Salem, they ask me, see, you have gone to the audit. They are saying, you have gone to the audit, you made one person to commit suicide. You stop going to the bank audit. If you go to the audit for other banks, then you say that you will definitely kill other person. So by lighter sense, they said, but my sincere request to the students, be sincere to the audit, be sincere to your seniors, and be sincere to your education, be sincere to your family and everything. And that too, you have to be sincere towards the country also. Because I know why I have concentrated on the bank audit means, when Ashit Mehta did that much of fraud in the parliament, everyone has pointed out at the chartered accountants what these auditors they are doing. So I made up my mind, okay, you can see what auditor is doing. So that changed my entire career, that question. So that's why I am fully involved in bank audits. Even I am proud to say, it is not a proud moment. Even I can strongly say, even I can say proudly say that in my audit experience, and based on my report, 17 officials have been dismissed from service because I have found out fraud. 17 officers, they were removed from the service, and still 37 officers, they are still facing the suspension. So this is the audit effect. So you have to involve yourself, whether it's education, whether it's a family, whether it's an audit, anything you have to involve yourself, then you will be the winner in life. With this, I'm very much thankful to the branch, and thanks for the opportunity given. 1 hour is not sufficient to address a student. And I know even I can handle the students for more than 4 to 5 hours. If they are in live session, I will not allow them even to go to the bathroom. So to that extent, I can pull all the students. Anyhow, even I have got depth knowledge into the subject. Can anyone tell what about depth knowledge? Depth knowledge. It is not depth knowledge. No? It is whatever. See, in our education, our institutes say that every member, every student should have depth knowledge. What is depth knowledge? Sriram? Depth knowledge. Sir, if possible, can you fix another detailed session? Okay. In and out. Okay. Nishant said in and out. Okay. I think KSR, I don't know his name. I'm conducting, I think you contact our Sikasa ma'am. I'm organizing a special program for bank audit training series. It's a live program. Entry is free. If you want, you can join. If you can.
I'll share the link to in the Sikasa group.
Whoever wants, they can come and join.
Definitely, definitely.
One question. Depth knowledge. I have got depth knowledge into the subject. Singh said from theory to practical experience. Yeah, that is one answer. What is depth knowledge? Just 1 minute, I will complete the session. Share the link. Oh, depth knowledge, there is no share the link. Analyzing and researching about the particular aspect. Kaushika, yeah, that's also correct. See, I have got a different meaning of depth knowledge. It's not depth knowledge. It's a depth knowledge. See, I have cleared the intermediate examination in the first attempt. In the year 1980, November 1980, I think most of the students, they would not have gone. In the year 1980, I have cleared the intermediate in the first attempt. Okay. I have cleared the final examination in the 9th attempt. Thinking that you have cleared the final examination in the first attempt. Who has got the depth knowledge? Is it the person who has cleared the examination in the first attempt? Is it the person who has cleared the examination in the 9th attempt? Because you have read the paper only once, the person who has cleared in the first attempt. But I have read the books and everything for 9 times. Depth knowledge. Okay, with this, I want to make a request. Please clear the examination in the first attempt. Not like me now. Thank you for the opportunity given, and over to the madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your detailed deliberation by taking so many practical examples and going deep insights into each aspect of LFAR. Even though the time is short, but because of your vast experience, you can only handle this one in an excellent way. And also thank you for accepting our invitation in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you so much, sir. Definitely we will come to you for another session for members also.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Vijayawada, I think I have taken, Vijayawada, I think I have taken for the members.
No.
There's so many branches.
Thank
They are asking. Tomorrow I am going to address Ongol branch.
Oh, okay.
Sunday I am going to address Karnool, Anandapur and Kadapa. Day after tomorrow. Then Delhi. In Delhi, one team they asked me. Delhi in one association asked me to present, and Karimnagar also. They invited.
Students are very fortunate to have you as a speaker. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Secretary of Sikasa of Vijayawada branch to address vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. I hope am I audible, madam?
Yes.
Also visible.
A very warm good evening to one and all. It is very glad to me for taking this opportunity to propose vote of thanks for this session. And first of all, I would like to propose my sincere vote of thanks to our guest of honor for this session, CA Revathi Raghunathan, Madam, Treasurer of SIRC of ICAI. Thank you, Madam, for gracing today's webinar and delivering inaugural speech on the topic of audit of fund and non-fund based advances for your valuable speech and suggestions. Then after, I would like to mention my vote of thanks to the resource person of this session, CA K. Vijay Srinivas sir, who had huge experience in this type of audits and share his views on the audit tools in CBS environment and its uses. Thank you so much, sir, for having your wonderful subject. And now I would like to propose my vote of thanks to another resource person of this session, that is CA V. Ravindran sir, who had enriched skills in LFAR reporting, NPA provisioning, IRAC norms, and had carried his session with all his experience and gave us the knowledge on the topic. We are very much thankful to you, sir. And moving on to the main persons who had behind this session, I would like to propose my hearty vote of thanks to the CA.K. Purnachandra Rao sir, the chairman of Vijayawada branch of ICAI, for conducting this webinar, and CA V. Narendra Babu sir, the secretary of Vijayawada branch of ICAI, and your efforts for well-being of this session. Thank you so much, sir. I, being the secretary of SICASA, would also like to thank our chairperson of SICASA committee and also the vice chairman of Vijayawada branch, CAG Srita Shirin madam, for sparing your valuable time on us and encouraging all the students to develop in their career. Thank you so much, madam, for conducting all these sessions which are useful for the students in their articleship period. We are expecting a lot more of such interesting seminars and webinars from you, madam. And also my sincere thanks to the V. Shashankchan, Vice Chairman of SICASA, and also the SICASA committee members for contributing their presence. And finally, thanks to each and every person who attended this session and spending your valuable time for this meeting. I hope all these views, suggestions, and information given in this session will helpful to all of us in developing our career and achieving our goals. Thank you all. And with this, we came to an end today's webinar. We'll meet you all in another session. Thank you.
Ravindran sir, can you please share the PPTs to us so that I'll post it in the group? Some students
it is nothing. No, this is nothing but PDF format. No? You got PDF format of LFAR.
Yes.
I explained each and everything. That's all.
Okay, then.
Everything is there in the PPT. See, active voice, I made it as passive voice. That's all.
Okay.
Everything is there. Only thing, see, in credit appraisal, if you say that complied with procedures, that's all. In the PDF, they say that the chartered accountant, he has to comply with the procedures of the respective banks.
Okay. Sure.
So, if you are, my sincere request to the students, even right now, you go and download the LFAR new format. You go through it, and I think I have given my my madam has got my mail ID also.
Yes.
You have to get the mail ID. This is my mail ID. You can easily remember my mail ID. vanakamadit@gmail.com. You can easily remember. Vanakamadit. That's all. My original mail ID is rudyravi@gmail.com. But this I have created for my BATS program. Bank means Bank Audit Training Series. For this, I created a separate mail ID and separate contact number. So you can easily remember vanakamadit@gmail.com. So not Vanakam Auditor, it is Vanakam Audit. So we can include everything, anything in the thing. And this is available in the when you are Google. So don't you have to download it. You go through it. If you have got any doubt, you put it in the vanakamadit@gmail.com. I'll give the reply.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And this they won't care about the see. Yeah, almost you can ask that any faculties, can you share the PPT? They say that yes. But how many of you have read the PPT? No one has read. But when I am not given, then definitely they will go and verify. This is my experience.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, ma'am. And it's nothing but I pulled the important points of LFAR. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Maniganda, but I asked you to come in video, but you have not come. Thank you so much, sir. But just rather than seminar, it is better to conduct certification course on the same topic that you are going to launch, which will help us, the students in future. Maniganda, I want to say one thing. You have given a very good information. I am one of the faculty members of our ICAI in the certification course on concurrent audit. So I have been recognized by our ICA as All India faculty, and thanks to ICA. And there is no certification course because I am not there to certify. But as a branch head, the branch chairman can give any certificate. Just like you, say now you may be aged about 22. I may be older by 40 years. That's all. I'm just 62. You may be 22. I'm just born some 40 years before. That's all. But we are equal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. But you have that much energy as 22 years old.
See, that much of disturbance. I face a lot of problems, and that too, auditors are not safe inside the branch when they go for the audit. That is also the thing, because I've got 2 times life-threatening in my bank audit career.
Okay.
Times I've got life-threatening in my audit career. I faced it. Okay. The thing is, you have to involve. That's all. To involve in everything. And also, just give me 2 minutes time, madam. I will wind up. I want to say 6 commandments of your life. Every student, every person, they have to remember.
Yes.
Don't give loan out of loan borrowed. This is going to be your life ambition, life commandment. Don't give loan out of loan borrowed. Second thing, don't put guarantee to anyone. Don't put guarantee. If you don't pay, I will guarantee. I will pay. If that person has not paid, your life will be doomed because you have to pay. Don't put the guarantee to anyone. Third commandment is you have to cultivate the habit of saying no. If you say no, then a lot of problems will be solved. Third. Fourth one is you should not be trapped by fancy items. I will offer you 24% interest. I will offer you very big house if you pay 10,000.
Yes.
Fourth one. Fifth one is you have to respect others' time. You must give respect to others' time.
Yes.
Sixth one is you have to ignore ego in your life. So if you follow these 6 commandments, you will be the winner of life. And thank you. Hereafter, I will not guide you. I will not tell any advice to anyone.
Not like that, sir. It is very useful. Even other than subject, these are the things which should be more. They should learn more. Thank you so much, sir. With this, the session is concluded. Thank you.